Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Public Works for today, Friday, June 24th, 2016.
Commissioner Davis, James, Repenning are present. President James, we have a quorum. May we start with Bureau introductions, please, starting with Bureau of Sanitation.
Good morning, Eva Sung, Bureau of Sanitation.
Good morning, Shirley Lau, Bureau of Engineering.
Good morning, Russ Drizella, Bureau of Contract Administration.
Good morning, Ruben Flamenco, Bureau of Street Lighting.
Good morning, Ximin Gong for the Bureau of Street Services.
Good morning, Ted Jordan, Public Works General Counsel.
Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. President James, we do not have any speaker cards under general public comment. We also do not have any comments under the Neighborhood Council comments and no speaker cards under the regular items.
Okay, then we'll close general public comment and we'll close the Neighborhood Council category for commenting as well. Our first item of business, the approval of the meeting minutes from the meeting of Friday, June 3rd, 2016. Is there a second to my motion to approve those meeting minutes by Commissioner Repenning? Any objection? Without objection, we will approve those meeting minutes. A housekeeping item, agenda items 1, 2, and 3 from the Bureau of Engineering and Council District 9. There's been a request by the Council Office for a continuance. And speaking with the Bureau, we have looked at a 3-week continuance from today. Mr. Campos, what is that date? Is it July 13th?
That would be Wednesday, July 13th.
That's not quite 3 weeks, but Mr. Ledoux, is that okay? Wednesday, July 13th? That's enough time? Okay. So then agenda items 1, 2, and 3 will be continued to Wednesday, July 13th. Agenda item number 4. Bureau of Engineering and Council District 3, recommending that the board approve the request for a variance. Actually, before we do number 3, or number 4, let's do number 9, administrative item. Specifications have been submitted for board adoption and authorization to advertise for the invitation of bids in Council Districts 8 and 9 for the Secondary Sewer Renewal Program, S13 Vernon Avenue and Budlong Avenue. The estimate is $1,012,166. The bid receipt date is Wednesday, August 3rd, 2016. Is there a second to my motion that we adopt number 9 forthwith by Commissioner Repenning? Any objection? Without objection, we will do so. Back to agenda item number 4. Council District 3, Bureau of Engineering, recommending that the board approve the request for a variance from the height limitation requirements of the above-ground facilities ordinance per the Los Angeles Municipal Code section 62.08 and authorize Mobilite, it looks like, although Mobility, there we go, thank you, LLC to install a 42-foot, 2-inch high wood monopole in the public right-of-way adjacent to 20919 West Gresham Avenue. Mr. Ledoux on number 4.
My name is Jeff Ledoux. I work with Bureau of Engineering Central District. As you said, this is a mobility monopole, 42 feet 2 inches high. It's adjacent to 2919 West Gresham Street, and it is in CD3, Bob Blumenthal. They have remained neutral on this, and I have not received any phone calls, emails opposing or affirming this one, and nobody filed an appeal. It is in a residential zone.
Any questions on agenda item number 4, of which there were no objections received from either the council office or the notified community members around the area? Commissioner Repenning.
What is mobility?
Mobility is a California public utility. They are also a nationwide company, and they're in the business of putting together cellular networks, which they then rent to other companies such as Sprint and that such. So they're providing wireless coverage, and this is a build-out over the entire city of Los Angeles.
Okay, I've noticed a few items.
And Commissioner Repenning, if to the extent you would like, Sharon Nichols from Mobility is here if you have any questions for her. Okay. Thank you. Anything further on agenda item number 4? Is there a motion on number 4? I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 4. Is there a second by Commissioner Davis? Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 4. Any problem sending it forthwith? we'll send number 4 forthwith, and Mr. Ledoux will meet with you on items 1 through 3. Okay, thank you. Agenda item number 5, Bureau of Engineering for Council District 11, recommending that the board authorize $350,000 in additional contingency to Murray Plumbing and Heating Corporation doing business as Murray Company and approve a revised construction budget of $5,697,502 in connection with the capital improvement project, Hyperion Treatment Plant Grit Handling Improvements Project. Mr. Ohanian. Mr. Ohanian, when I did some brief math on the additional change order items as well as the additional contingency, and I came to 360,000 and did it a couple of times, but go ahead and do your presentation. I'll double check again, and then we'll see if we need it to be 350 or 360 or if it matters. But go ahead, sir.
Okay. Eddie Ohanian, Environmental Engineering Division of Bureau of Engineering. We are requesting your authorization to increase construction contingency of this project by $350,000, which is going to increase the project budget to $5,697,502. Contract was originally awarded to Murray Company in February 21st of 2014, and it included $254,000 in contingencies, which totaled a budget of $5,347,502. Scope of this project is to replace all of the deteriorated grit collection and pumping system that includes 36 motor-operated valves. They call them MOVs, and also replace 6 pumps. And all of the piping system and relating air compressor system. Currently, the project is 75% complete. There are, again, 6 grit basins. 2 of them, grit basin 1 and 2, have completed, returned to service, and they are reliably operational. And grit basins 3 and 4 are under construction, and they're 85% complete. And with your authorization today, we should be able to proceed with issuing those 4 change orders listed here in this board report for the amount of $115,000 to complete aeration basins 3 and 4 and return that to service. And we're about a month away from completing aeration basins 3 and 4. Our goal is to complete aeration basin 5 and 6 and complete everything before the wet weather and rainy season, which the plant needs to have all grit basins operational by then. So the reason for having this change orders is because a contractor was going to replace those 36 MOVs. However, they couldn't find the exact same model and size of the valves that fit within the piping system. So the bigger valves were purchased. Of course, they meet the specifications, and they are the quality valves that we have requested. However, we had to modify a large amount of piping system. Some of these valves are bulky and big, and they need to have sufficient space around them for maintenance, access, and safe operation. So we had to go and modify the piping system, make them work, and we had to also extend electrical wiring to this new location because they're motor-operated valves. They need to have electricity, and they also have to have control wires all the way to the control room. So as part of these 4 change orders, it will cover for most of these pipe modifications for this aeration grid basins. However, we are also asking for your approval of $235,000 additional contingency to finish the project that will cover most of the unforeseen scope changes, and also it is going to cover for the time delays that was caused by the city, and also is going to pay for the replacement of some of the air diffusers that are damaged that we found out during the construction work. So there is a total of $235,000 additional contingency and $115,000 of change orders as part of this board report, which totals this going to be $350,000.
So I redid the math. I was looking at 12,000 as 22,000, so you're right at 350,000. The only question I have, do you expect, again, you're not being bound here, this is not binding on you, but is this the last of the requests of the change orders and additional contingency related to this project, or do you see more coming down the road?
It is very difficult to give you 100% assurance.
Always.
Not knowing how 5 and 6 basins come out of service and how exactly they're going to look like. But from the experience, what we have with the aeration basin 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, we have put aside $235,000 contingency to cover for everything that we can think of. Of course, things that we don't know is always going to come and hurt us.
Commissioner Davis.
Obviously, we had no idea when we did the original estimate of the job that the pumping systems that we were seeking to replace were not available at the time. Correct?
Excuse me. Pumps were sole sourced, pumps were purchased, and we knew exactly what we were buying. The motor operated control valves, they were low bid items, and contractor couldn't find, of course, at a given low price that the project that they had to go out and find the lowest bid possible for them to make money out of this project. And again, low bid means they meet the specifications. However, it required some additional pipe changes for them to work exactly to our specifications again.
So the piping obviously is different than our original intention for the replacement, correct?
True.
Okay. And I think that in terms of processes, which is what we're looking at here, there is nothing that we can do looking at our process to predict what we could have from our prime contractor. In other words, could we do diligence prior to our estimate in terms of what's available as it relates to these items, so that when we do our estimate, we would discover when we dig down into the process ourselves before making a determination and an estimate what is available in the market and what is not. Is that possible?
It is possible. Of course, the amount of piping modifications, whether we knew that this pipes needed to be modified before construction started or after construction started, the cost would have been the same. However, you're absolutely correct. Had we had spent a little bit more time during design and then looked and find a valve that would have fit exactly to this geometry of the piping system, then we would have sole sourced. And of course, every time we sole source, we end up paying a little bit higher than what the market value is for those valves when they compete, when the vendors compete for the project. So the answer to our question is yes, we could have spent more time during design and design phase and find a valve that might have fit in this. Again, we might have been able to find, but since we haven't done that, I cannot answer. The answer is 100% yes.
And certainly I'm not trying to go back and redo what has occurred in the past, but rather my question is centered around our future planning, one, and then number two, us looking at what the process is moving forward. And can we enhance our current process, because it's directly related to the estimate that we put out to prime contractors as to how much it costs. And so really my question is centered around due diligence in the processing. Is it beneficial? Is it helpful for us to dig a little deeper in the process before we do a bid to the prime contractors and then help try to discover these things? Is it worth our time to do that moving forward? I'm not condemning us for today. I'm just trying to benefit from this experience in terms of if, in fact, there are some best practices moving forward.
Yes, I totally agree with what you're saying, and it is possible. I guess we should be doing every attempt to make sure that project is 100% designed, that with all the equipment and material that goes in there that is available in the market. Again, I'm not trying to make an excuse for what happened here, but there's also cost associated when producing the design documents. The more time we spend, progressively the cost of design of projects goes higher and higher. We average now, as part of my division, change orders in our projects is about 2% of the project cost. This particular project is 12% because of the nature of the project. We're really not building a project ground up. We're really upgrading an existing facility, not knowing how much of deterioration we have in the system. However, our goal is to stay within 2% of our change orders. Industry average is 5%, and we're well below that. Even with this 12% on this project, we're still not going to exceed maybe 2.1 or 2.2% overall in our deliverables.
I see. So, in fact, adding another step to the process before our bid is not going to be much more cost effective, you think?
No, I guess every effort that we make to make our design documents better and better, it reduces the cost of change orders in the construction. What I'm trying to say here is when the design is 99% good, to get to 100%, that marginal cost in design is not 1%, is perhaps 10% or 15%. So when we really get up exceeding 98, 97% accuracy in our design, which gives us 2% construction change order, that marginal cost of 1% really increases our design cost.
Yeah, and all I would say in conclusion is, to the extent possible, as we do our design in the future, if in fact it is not cost prohibitive, it will probably be an enhancement on our best practices to look at the replacement items that we have as a part of the scope of the work and try to explore the estimate costs of those, and in the process discover if in fact it's not available, which will help us in our overall quote that we're going to give, is what I'm saying. There's some discovery in the research at the design level, and I don't know if that extra step is too costly for us, but if it's not too costly for us, my only point to you is let's look at that as we move forward, because I think it might be cost effective, and I think it might save us a little money in the future moving forward. I'm not condemning us for this.
Of course.
This is something that happened in the course of our practice, and it's fine. But I think that we can benefit moving forward as we look at how we can sharpen up our design processes.
Of course, point well taken.
And thank you for your
Thank you for your question.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Anything further on agenda item number 5? I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 5. It's seconded by Commissioners Repenning and Davis, so that'll be the order without objection. Any issue sending number 5 forthwith? We'll send number 5 forthwith. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 6, I'm going to read this into the record as amended. Council District 15, Bureau of Sanitation, recommending that the board first approve and forward to the City Council with the recommendation that the City Council, let me restart that over since I'm going to add the word as amended here. Recommending that the board approve and forward as amended to the City Council with the recommendation that the City Council, subject to the concurrence of the mayor, authorize the director of the Bureau of Sanitation or his designee to apply for, accept, negotiate, and execute all documents, including but not limited to applications, agreements, amendments, subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form, which may be necessary to secure funding of up to $15 million from the State Water Resources Control Board's Water Recycling Funding Program in connection with the Terminal Island Water Reclamation Plant Advanced Water Purification Facility Ultimate Expansion Project, and 2, adopt the resolution as required by the state. Mr. Starr on number 6.
Thank you. Mark Starr, Bureau of Sanitation, Terminal Island Water Reclamation Plant. The board report before you, we're asking that you approve and forward this report. It's to the City Council, authorizing LA San to apply for the grant of up to $15 million from the State Water Recycling Program for the Terminal Island Water Expansion Project. This is going to increase our microfiltration, reverse osmosis, AOP system so that we can double our capacity of advanced treated water. resolution is part of the transmittal, and this is adopted. It needs to be adopted by the City Council and approved by the mayor, and it's required as part of the state application process. As amended, we're asking that we request a technical correction to the recommendation so that the item is approved, that this report and transmittals be forwarded to the City Council. Okay, so we're striking the mayor on that. It does have to go to City Council, and then it comes back to the mayor's office for concurrence on that. So we're just going to go to the mayor's office once rather than twice here. The grant is for funding under Prop 1 up to $15 million. So that's what we're trying to achieve to offset our city's cost for this project.
Commissioner Repenning.
Sure. I just want to thank you, Mark, and everyone from sanitation who have been working to put these Prop 1 applications together. I know it's very important to our mayor, to our city council, to this board, that we attempt to get our fair share from the state water bond. We certainly need every penny we can get if we're going to meet the mayor's very aggressive goals in terms of increasing or decreasing our reliance on imported water. So I know that this is a key part of that plan, and just really want to thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on agenda item number 6? Is it a motion on number 6 by Commissioner Repenning? Seconded by Commissioner Davis. Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 6. Any issues sending number 6 forthwith? We'll send number 6 forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 7, Bureau of Sanitation, recommending that the board approve and forward to the mayor with the recommendation that the Bureau of Sanitation be authorized to exercise the 3-year renewal option in the Memorandum of Understanding with the Los Angeles Community College District for implementation of the City of Los Angeles' Green Business Program. Julie Jacoby.
Good morning, President James, Board Commissioners, Bureau Representatives, City Attorney, and Executive Officer. I'm Julie Jacoby from Bureau of Sanitation, Solid Resources Citywide Recycling Division. I'm a management analyst assisting with the Los Angeles Green Business Certification Program. Next to me is George Peba, the Program Manager. Sanitation is requesting the board's authority to exercise the 3-year renewal option in the MOU between Sanitation and the Los Angeles Community College District, LACCD, to continue implementation of the Los Angeles Green Business Program. LACCD will continue running this voluntary program that recognizes and promotes green businesses in the city. To become a certified green business, businesses in the office, retail, restaurant, and auto repair business sectors, participants must be in compliance with all laws and regulations and also meet program standards for conserving resources, preventing pollution, and minimizing waste, thereby improving the livability of the city's neighborhoods. Additional industrial and commercial sectors will be added as program capacity and demand grows for the program. The LAGBP is part of the Los Angeles Green Business Certification Program, and there are 2 other parts of the program, and that is the Los Angeles Green Lodging Program, which certifies lodging properties, and the Los Angeles Green Arts Program, which certifies cultural and arts facilities. There will be no impact to the general fund, as this program will continue to be funded through the City Recycling Trust Fund 46D. The annual estimated budget is approximately $300,000, not to exceed a total of $2 million. And the annual program costs will not exceed the current amounts approved in the program implementation plan. Some background on the program. In December of 2009, the City Council adopted, with the Mayor's concurrence, the implementation recommendations of the Council report for the Los Angeles Green Business Certification Program, which includes approval of LACCD to develop an implementation plan for the program. LACCD was a successful respondent for a green business program request for proposals. In December 2010, Sanitation entered into a letter of agreement with LACCD to develop the City of Los Angeles Green Business Certification Program. In May 2013, the board approved execution of the MOU with LACCD to implement the LAGBP as described in the program implementation plan, which is completed by LACCD with Sanitation's review. The LAGBP was officially launched in April 2014 with Mayor Garcetti handing out 75 certificates to green businesses. In April 2015, Mayor Garcetti released the city's first ever sustainability plan, which includes a green business program as an integral part of the plan and calls for the expansion of the program as well as increasing the number of certified green businesses in the city. Currently, there are 401 businesses certified in the program. LACCD has gathered some metrics from the first 3 years of the program, and these include greenhouse gas savings from certified businesses were approximately 2.27 million pounds of carbon dioxide. Energy savings were about 1.13 million kilowatt hours. Water savings were about 936,800 gallons. And solid waste diverted from the landfills was approximately 210 tons. Highlight of the services LACCD will provide. They will continue implementation of the program, provide green business program training and internship opportunities to interested students, conduct outreach to the community to encourage participation, and motivate potential green businesses. Maintain a website that will include a database of certified businesses and develop partnerships with other agencies and organizations seeking to achieve similar results. The scope of work also includes reaching out to an annual average of 1,500 targeted businesses with the goal of certifying 150 businesses every year in the city. Listing more of the scope, LACCD will maintain and update the City of Los Angeles Green Business Program Implementation Plan as necessary and at a minimum on an annual basis. Develop and maintain program checklists for energy, water, waste reduction, pollution prevention, green purchasing, transportation, and sustainable business opportunities. Develop and maintain the business qualification process. Provide audit and technical support to applicants. Develop and maintain program metrics, develop a marketing plan and outreach to the community to encourage participation and motivate more potential green businesses, maintain a green business website, including a database of certified green businesses, as well as those that are interested, seek additional funding through applicable grants, develop business workshops for interested applicants, provide green business program training and internship opportunities to interested students, develop partnerships with other agencies and organizations seeking to achieve similar results, and finally participate with other regional and state sustainability programs, including the California Green Business Network. So the agreement will remain in effect for an additional 3 years, extending the contract from June 28, 2016 to June 27, 2019. The contractor successfully completed a business inclusion program outreach for the initial 3 years of the program, and LACCD selected the most qualified subcontractors to partner with in the program. All subcontractors completed their work with most geared towards initial launch of the program. These subcontractors that were selected were specialty vendors with specific expertise to help with the program. One subcontractor will be retained for the 3-year renewal, and that'll be LA Chamber of Commerce. This concludes my report. We welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Jacoby, for the comprehensive report. Commissioner Davis?
I wanted to talk to you about I think it's a great effort that you're implementing here, but I wanted to talk about the business inclusion program. Could you explain to me the business inclusion program? And I wanted to ask about the statement that says that the community college district pledged only 7.64 OBE, no MBE, WBE involvement there. Why don't you just elaborate so that I can get a clearer understanding of the business
Well,
inclusion?
we did have one vendor, the Beacon Management Group, that is a certified MBE.
I see.
So that's one MBE that was added. The OBEs that we have, like I said, takes very special vendors that can, provide the work. LACCD chose these specific Green Globe, Green Seal, LA Chamber of Commerce, and Ecology Action to really help push the program forward.
Okay. Now, you said you added, who did you add again?
Beacon Management Group.
And they are an MBE?
They are an MBE, yes.
Okay. And so we couldn't get credit for that because they are the prime contractor on it. Is that how it works? I mean, you say in the...
They're a subcontractor.
They're a subcontractor.
The Beacon Management Group.
And I guess what you're telling me that in terms of those who are available as prime contractors, there really are very few certified prime contractors in the other areas providing such a service as those that you've contracted for.
These are the subcontractors that they were able to find, yes, that would fit the criteria.
Discuss further with me our involvement with business inclusion as it relates to MBE, WBE.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Could you further discuss with me any additional inclusion of minority businesses and women business enterprises in this particular project?
Well, these are the only ones that we have listed. Is LACCD?
George Peba, LA Sanitation. Ecology Action is actually also certified as a women business enterprise. However, their certification, because they're based in central part of California, they didn't have the proper or the one that was accepted type of credential. So we had them listed as OB instead of a woman-based enterprise.
Sure. So it looks like, obviously, as is in numerous areas of contracting, it's always a challenge in terms of really trying to optimize inclusion. And so I think that as we look at this, which is a certainly great task for us to perform, that this is a great opportunity for us moving forward to look at the possibilities in the future in terms of how we inspire others to be involved throughout the city in becoming a part of delivery of service as we try to implement these strategies for sustainability. And I hope that in the future we can kind of look to that. And I know that you can't do all of it yourself, but I think it becomes equally important that we could also demonstrate the ability of those to deliver the service to come from various areas of Los Angeles as well, obviously to the extent possible. You've mentioned the fact you hired those who were the most qualified. Well, I would like to suggest that we also look at what this service is and sustainability, which is obviously very significant effort, as an opportunity upon which we can help to include more of the other communities in Los Angeles, hopefully in some kind of training to be helped to become capable of helping to deliver this service.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Repenning.
I just wanted to chime in support of the program, and also heard from the Mayor's Office of Sustainability, reached out making sure that we knew that they support the program. If anything, I think there's a lot more that we can do with this. There's a lot of different opportunities to expand. I think it's really important, even in our work as a contracting agency, that we, moving forward, look for ways to reward those businesses that we work with that use sustainable practices. So that's something that hopefully we can take a look at as well as this program continues.
And Commissioner Repenning, we did mention to you at our briefing that we would look into LA Bevan as having a link to our program to potential vendors who may be interested in the program. And so far, I mean, we're waiting for, the approval from them, but so far it's looking good as far as adding a link to our program so that the vendors know that there's this sustainability program that's available for them.
Great. I think that putting something up on Bavin about this program is an easy first step towards helping, encourage the businesses that we work with to look at their own practices and get certified. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Is there a motion on agenda item number 8 by Commissioner Repenning? I'll second it along with Commissioner Davis. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item, I'm sorry, I said number 8, number 7. We'll adopt agenda item number 7. Any issue sending number 7 forthwith? We'll send number 7 forthwith. Thank you, Ms. Jacoby. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 8, a motion from the Bureau of Contract Administration. Office of Accounting and the Bureau of Contract Administration are requesting board approval and execution of authority of expenditure in the amount of $10,000. The adjusted total is $50,000 for payment to Entravision Communications Corporation to provide radio advertisement for 4 weeks, 100 ads total, 30 seconds each, and are estimated to begin running on June 13th, 2016, so they're on the air. These advertisements are in support of the minimum wage ordinance and will enable the city to inform the public about the new minimum wage requirement and was budgeted and directed by the City Council. The program takes effect on July 1, 2016, requiring notifications to go out as soon as possible. Ms. Hong, good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners and Bureau representatives. My name is Yona Hong from Bureau of Contract Administration, Office of Wage Standards. So this morning, our Bureau asked for the board's approval on AE for in the amount of $10,000 for the radio advertisement on Entravision Super Estrella 107.1 FM. Entravision's Super Estrella is broadcasting to the greater Los Angeles area, targeting Latino community. Their CUM measure is 1 million per week. For your information, the CUM is the average listeners per week who's listening to more than 5 minutes of that station. Our Bureau early this month received Mayor's voice recording in Spanish, 30-second piece. Yeah, so that's what's going to be aired. Actually, it's being aired since June 13. We asked for 5 30-second paid advertisement per day for 4 weeks, as well as PSA. Those 5 30-second slots are carefully scheduled to target morning and evening commuting hours, as well as lunchtime. For example, today we already had 2 slots at 6:41 and 10:27. We have 3 more at 11:27, 1:27, and 5:15 p.m. We feel that radio ads on Super Estrella will effectively inform Latino community about the new minimum wage requirements. Any questions?
Any questions from Ms. Hong on number 8 on the radio ads? I don't have any.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 8. Is there a second on number 8?
Second.
By Commissioner Davis. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 8 so we can continue the program. Any issues sending it forthwith? We'll send number 8 forthwith. Thank you, Ms. Hong. Have a nice weekend. Mr. Executive Officer, for the regular 10 o'clock agenda, have we cleared the desk?
Yes, you have.
Okay, so we have an 11 o'clock agenda that is one item. It's just a couple of minutes before 11 o'clock. So we're going to take a 2 or 3 minute recess. Are the representatives for both sides in the room? Okay, so let me just take just a minute while people are still arriving. Is Mr. Lorenzen? He's still here. So my current plan on the agenda for the hearing will be to start in a few minutes with Mr. Lorenzen to provide a bit of background as well as summarizing his letter of determination. At which point, once we've laid that foundation, I will go to the speaker cards from the members of the public that have put in speaker cards. So if you would like to speak on the agenda item, please put in a speaker card. My goal is to maintain the 2-minute time limit that we have standard. Even though we'll probably have more than normal, I would like to do that. The council member will speak at the beginning of that public comment period, and then I will have the appellants present their case, and then representatives from the representative from the community will present their case, and then the appellants, to the extent they would like to respond, may do so. There may be questions along the way of anyone. If we have questions of any of the individual speakers, we will hold their time while we have that discussion. The one request that I have for the representatives of the appellants as well as the community, my rule here is I don't put a time limit on you as an interested party. However, I tell everyone, once you start repeating yourself, I'm going to assume you don't have anything new to say, and so that's when I'll start the polite interruption process. So with that, we're going to start in just a couple of minutes, and we'll start with Mr. Lorenzen, and then we'll go to the councilman. Thank you, everyone. We're going to start in, oh, we're not, okay. We have to warm up here. There we go. We're going to start in just a couple of minutes. So I know that some people appear to have left the room. We are going to start in just a couple of minutes. Yeah, well, fine, but.
So,
Could the lawyers let me know how many, do you have any experts that are going to speak? Two experts. Sir, how many experts do you have? Is that two? Okay. All right. All right.
Those are Mr. Scow and Mr. Schwartz on our cards.
Okay.
And I would ask that they go after me.
Well, that's up to you. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Okay, we're about to begin. If I call one of the expert witnesses by accident, I think, Mr. Krakow, I've gotten your experts, so I'll separate them out of the stack. If I call one of your experts accidentally, Mr. Mitchell, just let me know and we'll hold them until you're ready for your expert to speak, okay? Thank you. As soon as Commissioner Davis returns, we'll get started. Mr. Campos, you ready to go? I don't know. Yeah, they do. They all do. Good. We ready? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the continuation of this morning's Board of Public Works meeting, Friday, June 24, 2016. I would just note for the record and for the oral record as well that the board has released the other Bureau representatives with the exception of the Bureau of Street Services, which is here. Mr. Campos?
Good morning, Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. Roll call for today for the special agenda. Commissioner Davis, Commissioner James, Commissioner Repenning, and Commissioner Jacinto are present. President James, we have a quorum.
And Mr. Lorenzen is here from the Bureau of Street Services. The Bureau of Street Services, agenda item number 1, protected tree removal hearing for Old Ranch Road in Council District 11, requesting that the board deny the appeal of the Bureau of Street Services recommendation to the Department of Building and Safety to revoke any existing building permits and withhold the issuance of any building permits for a period of 5 years for the parcels located at 1834 and 1838 Old Ranch Road. Mr. Lorenzen, we'll start with you, sir.
Mr. President, Fernando Campos again. Just for the record, we did receive 25 speaker cards under general public comment. We do not have any commentary under the Neighborhood Council comment period, and we also received 7 email comments that were received, distributed, and entered into the record.
Okay, so the email correspondence is in the record. The Neighborhood Council category will be closed. Go ahead, Mr. Lorenzen.
Good morning, President James, Commissioners, Mr. City Attorney, and Mr. Executive Officer, and everybody in the audience as well. Ron Lorenzen, Assistant Director of Bureau of Street Services. We are here, as Commissioner James has indicated, to determine the decision that will be made relative to the properties at 1834 and 1838 Old Ranch Road in the Pacific Palisades. Excuse me. I will try to be as brief as possible with a summary of the issues that have led up to this, and especially in light of all the cards that we have here and all the speakers that would like to put forth their opinions and their discussions on this matter. The developer of the properties 1834, 1838 Old Ranch Road, Sullivan Equity Partners, I may refer to them as SEP at times, or Sullivan Equity Partners, approached the Bureau at the end of 2012 with an application for a protected tree removal permit at the 2 parcels located at 1834 and 1838 Old Ranch Road. As part of that application, they must submit the plans for the project, a protected tree report, and any ancillary items that they feel are necessary for us to make a decision and determination regarding this case. The Bureau reviewed the application, the plans for the development, which included the building of 2 single-family homes, one on each parcel, very large homes, and as I remember, somewhere in the neighborhood of 10,000 square foot apiece. Each one of these properties is several acres in size, I believe upwards of 6 acres in size. So we're talking about very large properties and very large homes being built on these 2 properties. As part of that application, they submitted a tree removal permit, a protected tree removal report. The protected tree removal report indicated that there are 117 protected trees on these 2 properties. It includes all 4 of the protected species, largely consisting of coast live oaks with a few Southern California black walnuts, California sycamores, as well as some bay laurels on the properties. Out of those 117 trees, it was indicated that 56 trees would be needed for the building of these 2 homes, and the grading commensurate to the properties to make that so. The Bureau actually went to the site and reviewed the protected tree report on site, and actually with what we had been supplied at that time, with the building plans and the grading necessary for this project, validated the report that in fact it appeared that this project would require the removal of the 56 protected trees on that property as indicated on the tree report. The board heard this matter as is required by Section 46 of the LAMC in February of 2013. The board approved the removal of 56 protected trees on that property. The permit was issued shortly thereafter by the Bureau of Street Services. Nothing occurred on that permit for many, many months. The Bureau actually received a request to extend that permit in September of 2014, which it did. The board had approved this matter, and the board did extend the Bureau did extend the permit from September till December in 2014. For the most part, the Bureau was not involved in this project from that period until December of 2015. In 2015, the Bureau re-inspected the location, and at that inspection determined that 3 trees that had not been part of the permit nor indicated in the protected tree report as being required to be removed, and those were trees number 5, which was a California sycamore, and trees number 29 and 30, which were coast live oaks. After discovering that those trees had been removed without a permit, and after reviewing the case, it was determined that we should hold an administrative hearing with the developer relative to the findings that we had made of the removal of these trees without a permit. That hearing was held on February 12th of this year, 2016. After the hearing, the board, I'm confusing the board and Bureau. The Bureau reviewed all the materials that it had received during that hearing and went through a review of all of that material. And at the end of that review, we made a determination that, in fact, these trees had been removed without a permit, that the removal of those trees had been known by the applicant, that the number and size of trees that were removed was significant. The California sycamore, number 5, was a very large mature tree, probably in excess of 70 years old. And if not the largest tree on the property, it was one of the largest trees, if not the largest. It was also located at the very front of this property. It's the first tree you see when you approach this property. These 2 properties both are accessed from Old Ranch Road, and the access, really you only see a small piece of each property, but it's the very front of both of these properties where this tree was located. Tree number 29 and tree number 30 were coast live oaks. The tree number 29 was a smaller tree, and tree number 30 was a double trunk coast live oak of significant size. All 3 of the trees that were removed outside of the permit were all healthy and vital and in good condition. The property owner, the Sullivan Equity Partners, had knowledge of these trees not being on the permit. In fact, during the hearing, they agreed to and actually told us that the process through which they went to make sure that this did not happen In the protected tree report, each tree was tagged with a metal tag with the number of that tree that corresponded to the report and whatever information was supplied on the report. In addition, according to SEP, they had surveyor stakes placed at each tree to be removed with orange tape nailed to the top of each stake. In addition to that, they held a pre-tree removal meeting on the property with the contractor that was going to be performing the removals and those people that knew the trees that were going to be removed to make sure that this didn't happen. In spite of that, tree number 5 was removed. The tree that was supposed to have been removed was a coast live oak that was in very close proximity to that California sycamore. And according to the SEP, they had mistaken the sycamore for the oak tree removal. One of the things that we reviewed and we did extensive discussions about this was if even for a non-tree person to mistake a large California sycamore from a coast live oak is a big mistake. These trees, their form is completely different. The sycamore was a very tall, more columnar tree, and the coast live oak was not nearly as tall and more of a spreading structure. So we came to the finding that, in fact, given all of the things they had done to make sure this did not happen, and the fact that these trees are wildly disparate in form, that this didn't happen by accident. That somebody would have had to make the decision to take that California sycamore down instead of the tree which was left. The oak tree was not removed, so that tree remains. That tree was also, like I said, very large and very healthy. It could be expected to live for quite some time, and also it's going through a drought right now, but to actually live through extended droughts. The California sycamore and coast live oaks, both, especially as they age, are able to go through periods of drought because it's part of their nature. This part of the environment here is that they're going to have to go through droughts. So what we found, 3 things. We found that the trees were significant to the property because of their size and location. The number of trees relative to the population of trees was probably not hugely significant, but the California sycamore relative to the sycamores on the property was. There was only one other California sycamore on the property. So it was significant to the population of sycamores. Further, and perhaps the largest reason that we are asking for what I will get to, is the fact that the Bureau truly believes that the SEP knew what they were doing. So there was actually intent to take down the wrong tree, which in fact they did. Subsequent to that, we sent a letter. We made a decision that we were going to ask, as Commissioner James has indicated, that any existing permits, existing building permits be revoked, and any future building permits be withheld for a period of 5 years. Subsequent to that finding, we sent a letter on March 8th of this year, to SEP, informing them of that. Subsequent to that, they sent a letter of appeal to both the Bureau and the Board, and therefore we are here today to discuss this matter.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lorenzen. Councilman Bonin.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you to the chair. Thanks to the board for having me here this morning. Thank you, Mr. Lorenzen, for an excellent presentation. I'm here today to vigorously support what he said. Members, I'm here today to stand with my constituents, many of whom are here today, and to stand up for the environment and for the laws of the city which are meant to protect our precious urban forest. I don't know if many of you are familiar with the area in question, if you've ever been to Old Ranch Road. It is an absolutely magical place. It's part of the Santa Monica Mountain Range, and one of its distinguishing characteristics are its urban forest. It is a very special place indeed, and it has been mistreated in an outrageous and in a tragic way. From the beginning of this process, this applicant has acted without regard to our city's requirements, has deceived the city agencies, including this board, and has shown absolutely no motivation at all to protect the natural resources on their subject property. First, the applicant told the Department of Planning they would only remove 25 protected trees as part of their mitigated negative declaration on this project. Only 25. Then, when they sought approval from this board, they more than doubled the amount to 56 protected trees, knowing very well that they had only studied the environmental impact of removing the 25. Now, this board, under a different composition, under a previous administration, trusted the applicant and granted that permit to remove the 56 protected trees. But that still wasn't enough for this applicant. The applicant then proceeded to remove 3 additional protected trees without your permission, including the precious California sycamore tree. Now, I understand that the applicant insists that the removal of the unpermitted trees was unintentional. I don't buy that at all. I find that to be a bogus claim and not credible, and I urge this board to make the same finding. It is clear to me from the evidence, and I think Mr. Lorenzen's report indicates this as well, that the applicant was fully aware of the protected trees on the property and of the need to protect and preserve those trees. In fact, in a previous hearing, the applicant insisted that it had taken great pains to keep close tabs on each protected tree. There's also evidence, as Mr. Krakow and the neighborhood advocates will present to you later, that the applicant's actions to remove the unpermitted trees would have resulted in cost savings to the project. So, in short, the applicant was motivated to break the law and has a demonstrated history of being less than forthcoming to this board and to the city of Los Angeles and to this neighborhood. From start to finish here, this project that has been proceeded here has been broken and flawed. The notice on this project was flawed. The environmental analysis was flawed. More trees have been removed than were ever analyzed in the CEQA document. And here we are today with yet more trees having been chopped down to make way for a project that is not appropriate and will simply continue to damage the environment. With the department's help and support, I've recently submitted and won approval for legislation to fix this broken process in the future so we don't get into a situation like this again. But that won't fix the problem with this project before us today. That is completely within your hands. Keep in mind, 3 trees were illegally removed. They were chopped down without permits. Protected trees that did not need to be removed to make way for the project, trees that the applicant's own tree report identified as either not needing to be touched or that were specifically to be protected, were removed. The mismanagement of this project throughout the entire process gives me absolutely no confidence that a project could be undertaken on this property without causing further environmental damage. I most strongly urge you to deny the appeal of the Bureau's decision and support Mr. Lorenzen's recommendation to revoke any existing building permits and to withhold the issuance of any building permits for a period of 5 years for the parcels under consideration. It is time to stand up for the environment, stand up for our constituents, stand up for the urban forest, and stand up for our own laws and the integrity of our process. And this is an opportunity to do so. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Bonin. Going to our public speakers, Patricia Choate. Ms. Choate will be first, and then we go to Marianne Jackson. Good morning. Yes, still morning.
My name is Patty Choate, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sullivan Canyon Property Owners Association. I'm a 42-year resident of Sullivan Canyon. Sullivan Canyon was developed shortly after World War II by Cliff May. Cliff was a major mid-century designer and popularizer of the California ranch house style of architecture throughout the world. Preserving native trees was always a component of his projects. When my husband and I built our house in Sullivan Canyon, it was designed to preserve 2 very large sycamore trees that remain standing today. Many houses in the canyon had to be similarly designed to protect native oak and sycamore trees. I was present on the day the developer illegally cut down the majestic sycamore at issue, tree number 5. I had admired the tree from the day I moved into the canyon and was moved to tears when it was felled by the developer. Prior to 2006, when the current protected tree ordinance was adopted, Los Angeles had the worst municipal record of in California in terms of protecting trees, according to Paul Edelman, the Chief of Natural Resources and Planning for the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority and Deputy Director of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. At the time the ordinance was adopted, the Los Angeles Times reported that in some parts of the city, Sunday was called Chainsaw Day because developers knew they could remove trees with impunity because the inspectors would not be around. Eric Garcetti was on the city council when the current ordinance was adapted, and he supported the new law stating, we expect to see more stable hillsides, cleaner air, and a generally better quality of life. That is true today. I urge you to send
2
a
minutes.
message that this is not a paper tiger and support your staff and the rule of law.
Thank you, Ms. Cho. Mary Ann Jackson, and then Julie Clark de Blasio after Ms. Jackson.
I cede my time to Sarah Nichols.
I'm sorry,
I cede my time to Sarah Nichols.
we don't cede time, ma'am. If you would like to speak for the 2 minutes, you can. We're going to allow Ms. Nichols the same amount of time as well.
Fine, thank you.
We don't put a time limit on the representative of the community, but would you like to speak? Okay. Julie Clark de Blasio. And after Mrs. de Blasio, we have Steve Hartman.
Good morning, Board. I'm Julie Clark de Blasio. I'm the environmental alternate chair of the Brentwood Community Council. I'm here today representing the council in its entirety. And I'd like to share with you that the reason why we're opposing this appeal is because the trees that were taken constitute anchors for the community in both their age and caliber. The trees that were removed served for generations of public education, recreation, wildlife habitat, shading and cooling, which are all now removed, and those opportunities and values are gone. We disagree with the appellant's rationale as to why the trees were moved. They could not be accidental because virtually all the conditions that they cite were not followed of their permit. First and foremost, and probably most egregious, is the permit required the tree removal crew to be supervised by a certified arborist who was not present and would probably have prevented the removal of these 3 trees at the time it happened. The appellant also states that the 3 trees were in an area of dense vegetation, whereas the 3 trees were at the front of the parcel and they were not part of the dense riparian vegetation found at the back of the property. They were out more settled apart from that and very recognizable. As far as what the appellant is proposing for amends, those should have been incorporated as part of their
2
permit
minutes.
anyway. Thank you very much. We encourage you to uphold the laws of our great city.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Steve Hartman, and then we have Betsy Landis.
Good morning, afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Steve Hartman. I'm the president of the California Native Plant Society. We're a 9,000-member organization, been around for 50 years with 35 chapters throughout California. I served 5 years on the Bureau of Land Management's California Desert District Advisory Council. My big push to the council and to the Bureau of Land Management was the protection of desert washes. Now, what does desert washes have to do with this? Desert washes are very important in the habitat of the desert because the water flows underground there, and you can recognize a riparian habitat by the trees and the vegetation that grows there. Even washes without surface water have riparian plants, and those plants provide habitat for nesting, food, and shelter. Los Angeles is dry too. 91% of riparian habitats in California have been destroyed. And a riparian habitat in a chaparral canyon is one of the most endangered and valuable habitats in Los Angeles County. A riparian habitat in the chaparral is where all of the biological diversity happens. Of course, a sycamore tree is an indicator species of riparian habitat. Los Angeles has got to place top priority on identifying and protecting these urban forests. This is a very important element of preserving the ecology in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Betsy Landis, and then after Ms. Landis, we have Elsa Tung.
My name is Betsy Landis. I'm a longtime resident of an area very near to Sullivan Canyon in Upper Mandeville Canyon. And I am a longtime member of the California Native Plant Society. And education is one of my favorite things. So I'm going to show you what you haven't seen, which is what sycamore trees and coast live oak trees look like when they're together. I found a similar site with a 80-foot western sycamore. Behind it are coast live oaks. Can you tell the difference between the two? Even if you have a problem with seeing the trunk in front of you, most people judge a tree by its leaves. And the leaves the tree drops leaves on the ground. So if you're going to dig up the tree, you'll see naturally the leaves on the ground. So turn your page over. Can you see the difference between the leaf from the western sycamore and the coast live oak? It seems this is actual size. There it is. There's absolutely no credibility to the claims that they made a mistake on what trees they cut. Absolutely none. And to further show their defiance of regulations, they took the debris from the tree and the soil and dumped it in a blue line stream. Now, water from Sullivan and Mandeville Canyon used to be used in Santa Monica and around there because they're lovely. They have springs in both those canyons. The city of LA needs that water. So please deny the appeal and please revoke the permits. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Elsa Tung, and then after Elsa Tung, we'll have Cindy Montanez.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Elsa Tung with the LA Neighborhood Land Trust. The Land Trust creates and advocates for urban parks, gardens, and green space in LA's low-income, park-poor communities of color. Now, as a park developer, we know that protecting trees, especially mature, established trees, is not only a tremendous value add to both the property and the surrounding community, but also a moral imperative. The impacts of protecting trees are not just local in scale, they are global. The Land Trust supports protecting LA's delicate urban canopy and the proper enforcement of the Protected Tree Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Cindy Montanez, and after Ms. Montanez, we'll have Sarah Etzbaha. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, well, good morning, Mr. President and Commissioners. My name is Cindy Montañez, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Tree People. As all the commissioners know, Tree People has for 43 years been at the forefront of urban forestry here in the city of Los Angeles and are continuing to push for maintaining an urban environment that allows us to adapt to climate, but have healthy urban forest. We have planted over 2 million trees since our existence and have had over 2.5 million people work with us. We stand here in strong support of your staff recommendation to deny this appeal. If you look at Sullivan Canyon, it really is a reflection of how communities and streets throughout Los Angeles should look if we allowed these trees to survive. In this particular case, you had a developer that was very much aware of the need to protect the trees on the parcels, and yet they ignored the city, and they went forward and they chopped down these beautiful trees. The law is very clear. and the law says they should pay for it. The appeal should be denied. Tree number 5, the sycamore tree that you've heard about, was the biggest, most significant tree, and it was expressly designated to be protected, and yet they went forward and they intentionally chopped it down. There is no excuse. This was not accidental. Therefore, I urge you to move forward with denying this appeal. There's a very clear law that's in the book. Our mayor had the foresight almost 10 years ago to say we need to start protecting the urban forest. So I stand here today in support of Sullivan Canyon, but communities from Pacoima to San Pedro to the east side to the west side, because as a community, as a city, we need to do more to protect our urban forest. So I urge you to support the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Montañez. Sarah Etzbaha, and after Ms. Etzbaha, we have Tom Hayden.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Otzbaha, and I'm here on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council to urge you to deny the appeal and to uphold the Protected Tree Ordinance. NRDC is a national nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving open space, preserving wildlife, and protecting our local plant and animal species. And we're here today because LA is experiencing this incredible growth that has led to incredible demand for development. And this incredible demand is posing an incredible threat to our local plant species, such as our protected trees. And the city recognized this threat when it enacted the Protected Tree Ordinance at Section 46 of the Municipal Code. And it reads, "No person shall relocate or remove any protected tree without a permit from the Board of Public Works or its designated officer or employee." However, an ordinance can only be as effective as its enforcement, which is why NRDC urges you to deny this appeal. The facts are that 3 protected established trees were illegally removed from the Sullivan Canyon site. And these trees are treasures that can't be replaced. We can't replace an 80-foot tall, 70-year-old sycamore tree. But what we can do is send a clear message that illegal tree removal will not be permitted. And we can do that by enforcing the protected ordinance today and denying the appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Tom Hayden, and after Mr. Hayden, Peter Lassen.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you very much for your time. The question before you, I think, should be framed as whether this was intentional or accidental. It matters so much in terms of the rule of law that the staff report emphasized that it was intentional. And I'm not sure that was read into the record, but the sentence is that it was intentionally to provide better access to the property in some other fashion to enable easier development. It was not an issue of there being too many shrubs and trees for any observer to notice the events at hand. This was studied by your staff. The recommendation was unanimous, 3-0, that it was intentional. And in the courts of law, we have to evaluate sanctions in terms of whether it was intentional. Yet, on the other hand, the appeal that was received last night from Sullivan Equity Partners, Mr. Shakib and their representative, once again stated the claim that this was all a big accident, and they wanted to blame it on some contractor who didn't seem to notice it. There's been a history of accidents here. There's been a pattern of accidents. They claim they're going to fix it. They're going to fix it by the usual mitigation measures, which amount to a slap on the wrist. In fact, 5 years is a sanction worth appreciating because of the new spirit that Mayor Garcetti and others like Mr. Bonin have infused into the planning process in City Hall.
2 minutes.
Go ahead and wrap up, Mr. Hayden.
We also have, the voices of the representatives of the area, Senator Allen, who has twice promised in writing an investigation into the charges of corruption. That issue is pending. Sheila Kuehl, the supervisor, has called for a new EIR. Joel Reynolds of the NRDC has similarly voiced his concerns. So I don't think this is an accident. And if you ever visit the property, you'll notice it's not a small little parcel that we're talking about of single-family homes. It's a double mansion development that is the absolute entry point to 6 miles of trails that take people from all over Los Angeles into downtown and into the San Fernando Valley. It's a public access opportunity for equity that we simply do not have. It is my judgment that the punishment here is serious, is responsible, and should be supported. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir. Peter Lassen. And after Peter Lassen, we have Eric Edmonds.
Commission, I am Peter Lassen. I represent the Community Forest Advisory Committee of the City of Los Angeles. You have heard from Ron Lorenzen, Councilman Bonin, others eloquently to oppose this appeal. I and the committee strongly supports that recommendation. We feel that the appeal is ingenuous. We feel that the removal of the trees was in fact purposeful, not a mistake, and we feel that the elements of the appeal recommending $50,000 to the city's, to city plants and others simply are inadequate. One of the issues is that they propose to plant 30 some odd 1 gallon trees. 1 gallon trees are very small and they take a long time to grow. Again, simply inadequate. We urge you to deny this appeal. I'd like to point out I am a resident of Echo Park, not Sullivan Canyon. We feel strongly in my neighborhood that this decision to deny the permits for a matter of 5 years affects us too. Please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lassen. Eric Edmonds, and after Eric Edmonds, we have Larry Watts.
Good morning, Mr. President. I guess it still is technically morning. My name is Eric Edmonds. I am chairman of the Sierra Club Santa Monica Mountains Task Force. And I'm here representing the Sierra Club. I also happen to be the president of Brentwood Hills Homeowners Association, a community of 450 homes on the west ridge of Mandeville Canyon, directly abutting this property to the east. So my homeowners association and community is also very affected by what occurred here. We also strongly urge you to support your staff recommendation and to deny this appeal. Tree number 5, the sycamore was the biggest. It was a beautiful legacy tree towering over Old Ranch Road before it was cut down. It was expressly designed to be protected, and it was important and significant to the community. The developer chopped it intentionally so that they could drive their heavy equipment onto the site. The excuse that it was accidental defies credibility. Our tree protection laws must mean something. If they aren't enforced, they are a dead letter and they can be ignored with impunity by any developer. Once again, we urge you to support your staff and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Larry Watts, and after Larry Watts, we have Sarah Nichols.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Larry Watts. I'm chairman of the Brentwood Community Council. I won't belabor the points that have been already made. I just want to stress the importance of setting a precedent in this case, because if we allow someone to take down trees knowingly violating the law, allow them to cure that with 1 gallon trees and a $50,000 payment. That will simply become a cost of doing business. And in case of a project of this magnitude, that's a pennies. So we urge you to deny the appeal for the purpose of setting a proper precedent so that this doesn't occur in the future, that this law means something and people should obey it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. After Mr. Watts, Ms. Sarah Nichols, and then Ryan Allen.
Yes, my name is Sarah Nichols, and thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I'm a lifelong environmentalist and retired public interest environmental lawyer, a job that filled my heart and soul every day. So does living on Old Ranch Road. It is one of the few places in this city where nature actually means something. I live in what could be characterized as a forest of native California trees. The most ecologically important part of Old Ranch Road ecosystem is the site in question. The flora and fauna that thrive on that 12-plus acre site are astonishing. Before the trees were destroyed, there certainly were more, but we still have a bobcat that lives there, plenty of coyotes, deer, frogs, salamanders, and more birds than I can count. Before the land's hydrology was negatively affected by the massive tree cutting, the stream was never dry, and the wetland was always at least wet enough to suck my hiking boot in well above my ankles. The legacy sycamore that developers intentionally destroyed was a common meeting place for hikers to begin their hikes. Meet you at the tree, and everyone knew where that was. Whether that magnificent tree was actually on city right-of-way has not been an issue, but it is a huge canopy. Its huge canopy covered the entire fire truck turnaround that is as public an area as you can find. One look at the layout of the land where it abuts the road can tell you that the only thing blocking cheap and easy access to the property was that gorgeous sycamore tree. On the north side of where the tree was is the culvert for the perennial stream. As they had violated their water permit, they were unable to count on entering the property there. On the south side is an unclimbably steep hillside where they would have had to dig into it and build a 20 to 30 foot high retaining wall in order to access the property, a much more costly proposition than chopping a tree down. The photos that you will see later tell the story. There is no universe in which the story, backed by the developers, is remotely credible. There is a law to protect the trees, as there should be.
2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Take 1 minute to wrap up,
okay.
ma'am.
They give us life. There is a dangerous dearth of tree canopy in most of the Southwest. 2015 was the hottest year ever recorded, and so far in 2016, America has experienced its hottest winter and spring, and California has begun the hottest summer on record. Weather models from NOAA predict more wild weather, heat waves, with more frequency, more droughts, and more firestorms. Those 56 mature trees kept the microclimate on Old Ranch Road cooler, and they protected the integrity of the stream. The opening created by destroying those trees is now a fire hazard and a heat sink. On Monday, June 20th, it was 111 degrees in Los Angeles. Streams and the water filtered by tree roots are the lifeblood of our planet. What we do to the urban and wild land forests and creatures, we do to ourselves. The staff knows this. I am hopeful that you agree with their thoughtful and fair recommendations and deny this appeal. The penalty time could have been double what it is. If the city fails in its duty to uphold the law, developers will simply continue to see tree massacres as a cost of doing business, while the quality of life in Los Angeles will continue to erode as Angelinos pay the price for the avarice of developers. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Ryan Allen, and after Ryan Allen, we have John Taylor.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Allen. I work with the Koreatown Youth and Community Center, one of the tree planting partners with the City of Los Angeles, as well as I serve as the chair for the Community Forest Advisory Committee. The removed sycamore was protected from removal because it was significant for the residents and the habitat of that area. The loss of this tree cannot simply be recovered by paying a fine or planting more trees. Its value is lost forever. With the ongoing drought, climate change, invasive pests, and development, our native habitat and trees are under constant threat to be lost permanently. We cannot allow developers to continue to destroy our trees that slight the residents of Los Angeles, the health benefits they provide. This must stop but it will only stop if we show there is real punishment for breaking laws that protect our trees, who in turn provide a healthy community for us all to live in. The City of Los Angeles has a native tree protection ordinance in order to preserve the vanishing habitat and quality of life that comes with a healthy environment and opportunity to experience nature. We urge that you deny the appeal and uphold the Sullivan Canyon determination of illegal native tree removal with the recommendation that permits be revoked and no future permits issued on the property for an additional 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Taylor and then Leah Renee.
Good afternoon. My name is John Taylor. I live at 1840 Old Ranch Road, which is directly adjacent to 1838 and also where the Sycamore is. When I built my house in 1980, I actually notched the house. The architect helped notch the house around 3 or 4 oak trees and 1 sycamore that are all still alive today. So it can be done, and it does work. I respectfully, strongly request that you support the staff recommendation to deny their appeal and uphold what they have recommended. The sycamore, which is directly adjacent to me and in the cul-de-sac, was about 80 feet tall, and the canopy actually covered the whole roadway and shaded all of it. So I really do request that you support the staff recommendation and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Leah Renee and then Beth Smith.
Hi, Leah Renee, stakeholder, City of Los Angeles. I'm here today in the name of the people of the City of Los Angeles. Fairness and a just system for all people can only be obtained if true, complete, and accurate codes and regulations and their definitions are stated and complied with in project development. Unfortunately, that's not happening, and I just want to put something on the record that's really important. It has to do with your LAMC 96.205A3 for revocation of approvals. And you have authority under 98.0202 for violation of any provision of this code and willful complicity, et cetera. It's all laid out in this document. The reason I want you to know is that a permit is only an approved application. People are kind of twisting the meaning of the word, but a permit is just an application. So your timeline vests and starts when the application's approved. Just because you go to the driver's license and you submit an application doesn't mean you have the right to drive. You have to actually legally pass the test and have a birth certificate and all the other things, and then you get a license. It's the same thing. There's something that's been really odd happening here, and you can go back, there's a lot of records, and the courts have upheld in quite a few cases with the City of Los Angeles that you're actually, their rights don't start until they have here it is. In short, permits issued. They have to be issued. And that's your operative word. So I looked up when their permits issued, and they're 2014. 2014, which means they have to comply with the baseline hillside ordinance. So it's really great about the trees, but regardless, they still have to comply with the baseline hillside ordinance. Those permits still have to be revoked because they do not comply with the baseline hillside ordinance. They do not comply with the substandard hillside limited street, et cetera. So I just want to make sure it's on record. 2 minutes isn't enough to do it. There's 91 pages. All of them are there. It shows that everything's July 2014, and I hope they'll be online so each of you will have a copy. And it's really important that whether you decide to go with the trees or not, the permits are still invalid, null and void, and void. It lays it all here. Limit of authorization. No issuance of a permit is not an approval.
Thank you, ma'am.
Of the work.
You can leave that with our executive officer if you'd like.
I will do that. Thank you very much.
Beth Smith.
Hello, my name is Beth Smith. I thank you for listening to all of us. We're all very passionate about this. I grew up in Mandeville Canyon right next to Sullivan Canyon, and the place is completely magical. I will never be able to go up to Sullivan Canyon ever again for the rest of my life because it's too upsetting to see those trees, and I want to stay. I want to support the street services and please deny the appeal. And let's set a precedent and permanently revoke all building permits for this parcel of land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mitchell, what I've got left, I've got your card, Greg Applegate, Larry Gray, Ricardo Gonzalez, and Sean Namvar. Would you let me know which of those are your experts? Okay. Do you want your client to speak now, or do you want him to speak during your presentation? It's up to you. Okay. Mr. Krakow, do I have? I don't think I have any cards from anybody else other than Mr. Krakow and your experts. Correct? Okay, Mr. Mitchell.
Good morning, President, Vice President, Commissioners. My name's Pat Mitchell. I'm from the law firm of Mitchell Chadwick up north near Sacramento in Roseville, California, and I represent the appellant, the Sullivan Equity Partners, LLC. We have a few handouts here. One is my PowerPoint presentation. Two is our offer letter of yesterday, dated yesterday, sent to Fernando. You may already have that. And the third is a variety of Public Record Act requests we received from the Bureau of Street Services, which support my presentation. So we're starting with slide number 2 here. I think the important thing today, the most important thing is why are we here? And maybe why aren't, what are the reasons we aren't here? Why we're here is my clients have a penalty proposed by the Bureau of Street Services to revoke a building permit on a project they've spent millions of dollars on. Very serious issue. My presentation is somewhat legalistic because of that, so I apologize in advance. But the real question, I think, Tom Hayden posed a question, and I would pose a slightly different one. I think the question for you today is, what's the appropriate remedy? We're not denying 3 trees came down. That's never been denied by my client, by the way, ever. Why we're here on appeal is because we think the remedy's very unfair given what occurred. What's not at issue here today, although you've heard maybe half the testimony so far in my view was about that, this isn't a land use hearing. It's in the jurisdiction of the zoning administrator who issued a 27-page decision in my client's favor in December of 2015. Categorically in our favor on every point, and that's on appeal to the West LA Area Planning Commission. So all those land use issues, they're not in front of you today. The other thing I'd like to lead with is you have heard essentially that my client's a bad actor, that they're sort of flagrant abusers or they're bad people. They don't comply with the rules. It's simply not true. That's how the opponents would have you believe my client is. It's not a fact. Flagrant violators don't get multiple permits from the City of Los Angeles, tree removal permits, building permits, mitigated negative declarations for only 2 homes, which, by the way, there's recent California Supreme Court cases that have upheld categorical exemptions for building homes in Berkeley. We had and have Corps of Engineers nationwide permits. We have 401 certifications from the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife streambed alteration agreements. That's not what you do if you're a bad actor. You don't go and get all those permits and spend years and years and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the way they've painted my client, which is the way they want it painted, isn't what the reality is. Lastly, all the agency issues that have surrounded this project are 100% prompted by the neighbors who are all here today, as you can see. We didn't bring some neighbors that support our project because they'll be at the Area Planning Commission hearing. This is about removing 3 trees. And that's the only thing that's relevant today. We respectfully disagree with the Bureau of Street Services recommendation to revoke the building permits for a variety of reasons. The trees were in fact cut by mistake, and we'll show you evidence of how that happened. Regardless, the penalty is unfair and extreme and deviates from the city's past pattern and practice. If you look at other cases similar to this, none of them, not one, gets anywhere near to treating a person who cut down trees in your city as harsh as my client, under actually even worse fact patterns than we have. They're worse actors treated lighter. Also, construction commenced at the site. We think that's determinatively removes the ability of BSS to recommend revocation. If you get to the 4 factors in section 4606 and you look at all 4, which you're compelled to do, assuming you even get to the factors, which we say you don't get to, but assuming you don't agree with that argument and go to the factors, you have to look at all 4 of them. You can't pick and choose which ones you like. And by the way, you've heard a lot about intent for the last 45 minutes. That's one of 4 factors, only one. You have to consider all 4. And we do think there is a fair remedy here. It's replacement of the 3 trees that were cut down, and that's what the city of Los Angeles normally does. This next slide, which would be slide 4, is basically an outline of the presentation, so I won't belabor the point, but if you want to sort of see the big picture of where I'm going, this is that rollout. Next slide. As we've heard, the city issued my client a permit on February 28, 2014 to remove 56 trees. Bad actors don't get permits from the city to remove 56 trees. They just remove trees. On September 29th, my client removed those trees, but this is an important fact. We only ever removed 55 trees. We had a permit to remove 56. And the reason is we removed 52 trees that were permitted. We removed 3 trees inadvertently that weren't permitted, which we've always stated. We've never denied they were removed once we were made aware of the error. But the thing that isn't in the BSS staff report and hasn't been focused on them is there were 4 trees that were permitted to be removed that were never removed. They're still there today, and I'll talk about that. So the total amount actually was 55. We had a permit for 56. Admittedly, 3 of those were wrong. Next slide. This slide goes through the evidence we presented at the Bureau of Street Services hearing in February. And I won't belabor this slide because I essentially go through these points in detail. But suffice it to say, we rolled out a lot of evidence at that hearing which don't support the recommendation. And therefore, the recommendation we believe was done inappropriately. Next. This slide, which is 7 on the PowerPoint, we wanted you to get a sense of what this property is like and where it's at. You know, if you just listened to our opponents, you would think it was in the middle of a Yosemite National Park wilderness area. That's not the case. It's surrounded by heavy urbanization on the north and east perimeters, very heavy urbanization, presumably had trees cut down to build those houses. On our southeast flank, southwest, and western perimeters, there's houses everywhere. If you look in the southwest sort of left lower corner, you can't see as many structures, and the reason is it's because you're in Sullivan Canyon sort of proper there. The houses to the right and higher are actually the topography's like that. Sullivan Canyon's down here. It's on the left side of this left lower side. The houses with a lot of urbanizations up high. My client's property bridges the two, essentially. We're not actually in Sullivan Canyon proper. We're immediately adjacent to it. Point is, every direction you go from this property is urbanized. The drainage and the water that they talk about runs off the top of this slide and cascades out of a culvert, and at the bottom of my client's property, which is stated and everyone knows, including in our the expert opinion reports of our opponents, it goes into a culvert. So the only time it's not on a culvert is slightly before my client's property and at the end of it. Hardly a natural regime that you would think existed out there based on what everyone else talks about. I think this slide's important too because part of the Bureau of Street Services conclusion was based on it being a, quote, holistic woodland. We think it's a highly disturbed woodland. That's what our professional arborist believes based on his inspection of the site and walking around it. and it's surrounded by urbanization. It's not a holistic woodland. Next slide. This slide is just to show you, if you look into the upper right corner of this slide, you'll see some really large houses there that are up above my client's property. There's things like cantilevered swimming pools, cantilevered tennis courts. You know, this is the Brentwood Hills area. So, you know, that's the type of houses that are out there. Some are smaller, some are huge. There's all different types, but there's houses everywhere. Next slide. This is a slide of a house being built across the street and one house down from our property. The referred to sycamore tree, which you'll see in my slides later, that's been referred to 100 times already. I can walk from where that sycamore tree was to this house being constructed in probably 20 seconds. And it's comparable to what my clients are proposing to build, which is stated by, in the staff presentation, where this project is 2 homes on 12 acres. The rest would be undeveloped. Tree removal permit, slide 10. This just sort of runs through the, you know, how it all rolled out. We had 2 different arborists work on it. By the way, Bob Wallace isn't here today because he had open heart surgery. That's why we had to hire Greg Applegate. So if you sort of wonder why we switched arborists, it's because Bob Wallace could not attend the last several months. He had open heart surgery, and then his doctor told him he couldn't work for months. But his conclusions were the same as Greg Applegate's. We got the permit in February of 2014. Next slide. My client, SCP, then hired Ricardo Gonzalez, who is here. He's one of the people who speak after me. He's the guy who actually cut the trees down, him and his crew, I think his son and another worker. They went out there the couple days before. They had the tree permit. They had the tree map. They marked every tree to be cut with a pink tape around it. These weren't people trying to make a mistake. A mistake was clearly made, but it wasn't intentional. And the last tree cut down that whole day was the sort of big tree that's most at issue here, the sycamore. They started at the top of the canyon and moved down. Him and a couple guys cut 55 trees that day, all pursuant to the city permit, except for these 3. That was the last one. So maybe, you know, maybe he made a mistake. He obviously made a mistake, but I mean, there could be reasons why that happened, and we're going to talk about those. Next slide. When Mr. Gonzalez was going to cut the tree, he'd take the tags off the tree, put a stake in the ground next to it, put the tag on there. So after the tree was cut, you could tell exactly what trees had been cut. Hardly someone who's trying to hide something or do something inappropriate. Next slide. We removed these trees in September 29, 2014. 15 months passed before we got a notice 5 days before Christmas that we were going to have a hearing on this thing in a couple of weeks. We requested, we didn't think that was particularly fair. We requested an extension, and that was readily granted by staff, and we appreciate that courtesy. The notice was dated December 17th. One thing that's slightly different than I think some of the testimony was, Bureau of Street Services only knew about this issue in December. The record actually doesn't, that's not entirely accurate. The opponent attorney was contacting BSS several months before they ever sent this notice to us.
He didn't say that he only knew about it in December. He said that that's when there was Bureau activity on the property.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to make clear there was some investigation prior to December.
So did I.
Okay. Thank you. SEP's investigation notice, once we got the notice, we hired Robert Wallace, who at the time was still able to work. He went out there on 2 different dates, and it was like, Bob, go out there and confirm or deny were these 3 trees cut down? And the answer was yes, they were. So, based on his review of the stakes, he could see that there was there had been no attempt to hide it because the stakes were still there with the tree numbers on them. Next slide. This is essentially what happened at the Bureau of Street Services hearing in February. We submitted letters. We had evidence there. We had Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Wallace and various presentations. Actually, evidence from both us and the neighbors showed construction had already commenced at that hearing. And we also presented evidence from Larry Gray, the engineer for the site, who will be speaking after me, that there's no design reason to take out tree 5. Tree 6 is right in the driveway's footprint. Tree 5 isn't. It was never designed to be taken out, and we wouldn't have taken it out but for the mistake. Next slide. We're on slide 16 now. We have always endeavored with the Bureau of Street Services to resolve this through a remedy that was fair. We proposed mitigation. We proposed large, significant trees actually before the hearing in February. We said we'd talk to them. Any reasonable requirements we would do. We knew we had made a mistake. We knew there was going to be a penalty, and that penalty would be somewhat deserved. They never engaged in that discussion with us. What you'll see later in this presentation is absolutely different than everyone else has been treated as a similar type of situation, where there are negotiations. They're actually prompted by the BSS. In our case, they were ignored. Why would that be? Next slide. So as we know, the recommendation by the BSS was to revoke our existing building permits, an extremely harsh penalty. That's why I'm here. Next slide. We believe the recommendation exceeds the legal authority of the Bureau of Street Services for 5 reasons. First, construction had already commenced at the site. Second, the recommendation is not supported by the 4 factors in section 4606, which I'll be going through in detail each one. Third, the recommendation doesn't do anything to deal with the actual loss of the trees. They'll take away our permits. Nothing's ever mitigated. The recommendation, and I think this is probably the single most important thing of this hearing from my perspective today, the recommendation proposes disproportionate treatment to my client compared to the city's past pattern and practice and treats us absolutely different than people in a similar situation. And the 5th item is the recommendation deprives my client of economic use of their property. Next slide. We're on slide 20. This is the actual section that we're here today about. This is, everyone would agree, this is a section. We will go different places with that, but I don't think there's any disagreement. This is what the hearing about, why we're here today. You'll notice of the 4 factors under the code, only one's on intent. That's number 3. 1 out of 4. And BSS shall consider all the factors. You don't get to pick and choose. Next slide. We believe construction's commence, which prohibits even getting to the 4 factors. Next slide. On the site, we're on slide 22, if you want to follow it that way. There's a loader on the site. This is real time, so now we're in late September 2014. We have building permits, we have grading permits, we have permits from Cal Fish and Wildlife, Regional Water Quality Control Board, Army Corps of Engineers, and we're out there and we're starting construction of the site. Guys go out there and cut down a bunch of trees. We haul in a loader, we haul in an excavator, we have construction fencing, we have a construction chucky out there. That looks like construction has commenced. We did some things wrong with the regional board. Some of the erosion control measures weren't in place. Not all of them. Many were, but some were not. So the regional board, prompted by the neighbors again, issued us a requirement to comply with erosion control measures that hadn't been in place. Their letter to us, this is October 1st, a couple days after the trees were cut, so this is real time happening. Send us this document, and in their letter it says, and if you look at the highlighted part, the cleared vegetation was evidence that, this is the regional board's language, not mine, construction activities had commenced. So you don't have to...
Is the complete letter in the record?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's been submitted by multiple parties, President.
All right.
The Regional Water Quality Control Board's findings and issuance of notices were based on permit requirements under the federal NPDES program that only apply if you've already commenced construction. So they couldn't even have sent us a notice if construction wasn't already underway. It would be legally impossible. Next slide, that's just attached. Slide 26. This is a quote from our opponent's attorney 2 weeks after the trees were cut, where he's asking the city to essentially stop the project because grading had started. Sounds like commencement of construction to me. And actually, the equipment's still on the site to this day, both the excavator and the loader, as well as some of the construction fencing. Slide 28. We also believe independently, and this is important because one of the expert letters for the neighbor's attorney, one of their experts, basically say, well, construction can have commenced because that's only if you put in foundations and put in steel. We totally disagree with that. He cites to the Uniform Building Code and some city codes. What he doesn't tell you, and probably doesn't know because he's an architect and contractor, not a lawyer, there's a whole judicial gloss on that. There's cases that say things like, even if you haven't dug a shovel of dirt on the site, if you've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, hired a bunch of people and did a bunch of things, that still can protect you, constitutionally protect your property rights. In this case, my client received the building permits from the city on July 25th, 2014. A week, 10 days later, they spent $560,000 in compensatory habitat required by the Cal Fish and Wildlife and other permits before they ever went to the site. This is a couple months before one tree was cut. $560,000 for 2 houses and mitigation was paid. They also spent other funds, obviously, in mobilizing equipment and such as that. The reason that's important is it wasn't until 15 months later that we find out that there's an issue. And remember, the $560,000 in mitigation fees were paid 2 months before we ever stepped foot on the site. And the key case I'd like to draw your attention to on slide 29, and I, again, apologize for the legalistic rollout. There is a case, and in that case it held a standard concerned only with the extent of construction, especially when a complex and expensive project involved, is unreasonable. Meaning you can have a constitutionally protected property right even if you haven't put steel in the ground and started a foundation. So we believe that because construction hasn't commenced, you never get to the 44606 factors. You can't even legally go there. However, assuming we do go there, we believe if you do the factors analysis, it leads to the same conclusion, which is this project should not have its permits revoked. These are the 4 factors under 4606 that we're going to now look at. Next slide, factor 1 on page 32. If you look at factor 1, it's whether or not the number of non-permitted trees removed was significant or not. Staff has recommended to you that these 3 trees in totality were significant. I would argue strenuously that's not accurate. There are 117 protected trees on site. We removed 3 not permitted. That's 2% of the trees on the site. We were permitted to remove 56 trees. We removed 3 that weren't permitted. That's 5% of the permitted total. 2% and 5% don't sound significant. How is the removal of 3 trees significant when the removal of 56 wasn't? And in addition, we only removed 55 trees at the end of the day, which was 1 less than the permitted amount, because we left 4 still standing. Next slide. The 4th reason we don't think it's significant is it was in a highly disturbed woodland, not a holistic woodland. So if you're looking at the context of where these 3 trees came out of, we think that's important. So ultimately, when you go through factor 1, we don't believe that the removal of 3 trees on a property that had 117 protected trees justifies the extreme penalty. Does it justify a penalty? Absolutely it does. Does it justify this penalty? In my opinion, there's no way that can be justified. Second factor. Under the Los Angeles Municipal Code, the second factor is the size and age of the trees. We've heard a lot about that. I'll be showing you pictures so you can get some visuals. But tree number 29 was really small. It was a 4-inch tree. They're not even regulated till they're 4 inches, so it barely made the cut. And even the city staff in their report essentially agrees that particular tree wasn't significant. Second tree, tree number 30, it's a double-branched oak tree, sort of medium-sized adult. 11 trees in the permit that size or bigger were allowed to be removed. So we don't understand how the removal of 1 more tree that size could be considered significant to justify these extreme sanctions. moving into the pictures now. If you look, there's been a lot said about it. So if you can look at slide 36, I just think it's probably easier to look at than the screen. So I'm doing whatever's easiest for you. Tell me if it'd be better for me to point to the board. So on slide 36, those are the 3 trees to the right, on the right-hand side. Those are the 3 trees that were cut down without a permit. 5, 29, and 30. You've heard mostly about 5, which is a sycamore there on the left-hand side of the screen. The far tree on the left, 6, is a big oak tree we were permitted to cut down, and we didn't cut down. And the important thing is 6 was permitted to be cut down because the project builds a driveway up the sort of throat of the canyon and puts culverts under there. And that's why there's stream bed alteration agreements approved by Fish and Wildlife, because they got to put a culvert up the drainage and build a driveway there. That's why tree 6 won't be there, was permitted for removal. But the point is, they're both large, they're very close, and we believe that's one of the reasons there was a mistake made. The rest of these slides, if you just breeze through them, slide 37 shows tree 11, which we didn't cut down. It's still there today, even though we were permitted to do that. And all the other ones are just trees that were permitted to be cut down and were cut down. The point I'm making here is if you compare them to the size of tree 29, that those 30, the mid-size oak, all these trees are the same size as that tree or larger. So how can taking out one more of those trees be so significant? All these other ones were permitted to be taken out and were in fact taken out. So now I'm on slide 41. This is an actual excerpt from the city tree removal permit issued by the BSS. And there's 2 important things in there I'd like to draw to your attention. They're all highlighted. First, the 2 of the 3 trees that were the largest, 5 and 30, that we took out, those 2 trees were both going to be damaged anyway. If you look at the bottom of the excerpt, trees to be impacted by construction within their drip line are tree 5 and tree 30. So they weren't going to be unharmed. Obviously, they weren't going to be cut down, but they were going to be harmed regardless. We just think that goes to how serious the penalty should be, not that there should be one. Also, if you look at the number of trees to be removed, I draw your attention to tree 46S, which is S for sycamore. That's going to come up later in the presentation, so if you could keep that in mind. Next slide. Size and age of the trees. Our arborist, who will speak later, believes that tree number 5 would have been seriously harmed because we were putting the drainage into a culvert all the way up the canyon, and it's a sycamore riparian tree. So not only would its roots be impacted and its drip line even under the tree permit as envisioned, but its water source would be cut off as well. Again, we think that just goes to what the penalty should be, not rather whether there should be one. Moving on now to factor 3. Factor 3 is the knowledge and intent of the owner, and the important part here, I think, is intent of the owner. You heard a lot about that so far. We'll go through why this was an inadvertent mistake cutting down these 3 trees. But one of the interesting things that just happened in the last 2 days, we got the BSS staff report for this hearing. I think it was the day before yesterday. And in that staff report, I would draw your attention, which would be in front of you. It's only 2.5 pages long. There's an interesting shift there from the penalty recommendation of March. And it says on page 3, they basically think it's intentional or, and this is a new part, and I'm quoting now, or through negligence of SEP's contractor, the subject trees were removed. That's an important distinction in 2 ways. First of all, negligence is not the same as intent, definitionally. And it's SEP's intent, the owners of this property's intent, that's that issue in factor 3, not whether your contractor made a mistake. It's the intent of the owner. That's what the code says, not the intent of the contractor. And almost everyone knows, although it's somewhat legalistic, I think it's common knowledge too, you don't treat intentional acts the same as negligent acts. So if in fact it was a negligent act, it wouldn't support harsh sanctions. And I would submit that staff's on the right track now in their staff report. That shift, I think, is legally significant. And more honest. The next slide. I consider this one of the most important slides in my presentation.
Well, hurry through it because it's repetitive of everything else you covered.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Here's 3 questions I haven't talked about. 1, why would my client obtain a permit to obtain 56 tree removals instead of just adding 3 more and make it 59? Permit was approved without a lot of controversy. It wasn't that difficult to get. Why would they just not ask for the 59? Second, why would they leave 4 trees standing if this was intentional? And third, why would they only remove 55 trees when they have a permit for 56? We believe all those questions can't be easily answered because the reason is there was an accident, it was inadvertent. That's why there was this confusion. This slide we'll skip. It basically shows you again the proximity of slides 6 to 5, which we believe is one of the reasons the mistake was made. Next slide, 46, just talks about both our arborists, Bob Wallace and Mr. Applegate. Mr. Applegate's here today explaining how these mistakes can be made and they sometimes are made. Next slide, 47, Mr. Applegate said one of the reasons there's 3 separate tree tags on all these trees, and there were some non-protected trees tagged. So a tree cutter could make an inadvertent mistake. Next slide, 48. We don't believe, well, we know the BSS report and determination never understood that there were 4 trees not cut down. We think that's evidence of the confusion that was happening out there. Next slide. This is just sort of a wrap-up of my presentation on factor 3. Next slide. Slide 50. We think this is significant. It's not as easy as everyone would have you think, I suppose, to get this all right. Even the BSS itself, in their determination in March, made a substantive mistake. They said, and this is an excerpt from their March determination, that no California sycamore trees were included for removal. Remember I told you to remember 46S tree, 46 sycamore on slide 41 of the presentation? Tree number 46 was a sycamore and it was permitted for removal and in fact was removed. But the point is, even the BSS, who's expert in this, they do this every day, they read all these documents and in making their determination made a substantive error. So sometimes mistakes can happen, even by expert people. Next slide, we're on 51. I'm getting near the end. Larry Gray's an engineer of the site. He's worked on the site for 20 years. He knows exactly where the driveway is going to go, whether or not you need retaining walls, things like that. None of the experts for the neighbor's attorney, not one of them is an engineer. They're architects, they're contractors, and they're arborists. They're not the ones who engineer how you put, and they're certainly not familiar with the site like Larry Gray, who's worked on it literally for a few decades. But the big question here is, if tree 5, the big sycamore, were an impediment, assuming that's true, why would we not have just asked for 1 more tree on the tree permit? Next slide. So we believe that the third factor of the municipal code regarding intent doesn't justify harsh sanctions. Does not. Not this harsh. This is the ultimate sanction. You can't give us a worse one.
Did you ever contact Bureau of Street Services and say, hey, we have an accidental tree removal out there?
No, sir. We were unaware of it until we received their notice.
Until BSS told you that?
That's correct.
Okay.
We did after that, though. Once we were notified and confirmed it was true, we sent our arborist out. We were always, and still to this day, will work with BSS for a reasonable solution. And that is in the record at every level. The fourth factor is the property owner lacks any prior tree violations. We have no prior tree violations. Although this is mentioned quickly in the facts of the March determination by the BSS, it's not in their findings anywhere, and it's not in their determination. And we think it has to be because all factors shall be considered. We're not repeat offenders. We never had this problem before. And another important thing, because I'm sure you'll hear things from the opponent's attorney about this, this only applies to tree violations. They'll try to say, oh, the regional board sent a notice too. That's not what Factor 4 is about. It's very clear in your code. It's about, have you violated the city tree ordinance? And the answer is no, we have not.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell, you said they're going to say what?
They will say, you've already heard it, but the regional board violations, and they're going to try to crowbar that into Factor 4. But Factor 4 is not, have you had a violation of anything? The Factor 4 is, have you violated the city tree ordinance? Do you have a pattern of violating the city tree ordinance? And the answer here is there's none. And in fact, the staff report acknowledges that. Staff decision acknowledges that, I should say, from March. So, the next few slides I consider the most important in the entire presentation. And the reason is we know the trees came down. Let's even assume all the neighbors are right and everybody who came here today is right and spoke before me and it was intentional. Let's just even assume that for a minute. It doesn't allow the city of Los Angeles to treat my client radically different than they've treated a bunch of other people who've done worse things with trees in the city. Because under equal protection requirements of the law, if the city has a pattern and practice of doing something a certain way, they can't just change it when it applies to somebody else. So for example, if we were both going down the freeway and both got speeding tickets for going 70, they can't give me a $500 fine and then give somebody else who did the exact same thing the death penalty. Equal protection doesn't allow that. At some point, there's due process requirements and you can't change the rules because politically it's unpopular today, or somebody comes and gives a speech, or there's a lot of neighbors who are angry about it. The law doesn't allow that to happen. That's what the Equal Protection Clause in the U.S. Constitution protects against. The cities only revoke permits, and by the way, we've asked for all such revocation permits and Public Records Act requests, which your attorneys are kind enough to assist in getting to us, and Fernando, to their good credit. So as far as the response we've gotten, we're only aware of one case ever that a building permit was actually revoked by the city for tree violations. The facts are substantially different. It was a 2005-2006 Shin case.
All the facts?
Excuse me?
All the facts? You said the
facts. They took down trees, but the pertinent facts we believe are significantly different. They took down trees, we took down trees, so that fact's obviously the same.
So
President.
that part,
that part
took down tree part.
That part's the same, yes.
You don't know if there are other similar facts that, or there are distinguishing factors that would make your client different than theirs.
Well, that's what I'm going to walk through 5 case examples in the next couple minutes and explain to you why it's absolutely different, the Shin case, and why 4 other cases where people were worse actors than my clients got treated way, way less harshly. That's what I'm doing for the next couple minutes, and then I'll wrap up with my conclusion. That's why I think this is critical to this hearing. In the Shin case, they removed the trees without a permit. No permits at all. They were aware a permit was required, they just didn't get one. And importantly, regarding Factor 4, the property manager in the Shin case was actually on probation for prior City of LA tree violations. So it's absolutely different. Shifting into cases closer to our scenario, but still, in my view, more egregious, we have 4 listed on pages 55 and 56 of my presentation. All these examples were intentional removals of trees. So if you want to neutralize the intent factor, 1 of 4, they're all intentional. First one, the Auckland Avenue. They removed a mature sycamore, which I think is pretty important given how much the sycamore has been a focus. 1.5 times larger than the one we took out. They had no permits. And BSS proposed a 4-to-1 tree replacement ratio as the penalty. They negotiated it and settled on a 2-to-1 replacement ratio. 1.5 times bigger sycamore, 2-to-1 mitigation, they're done. No permit. Second example, Greenleaf Avenue. 3 protected trees were removed, same as us, 3 trees, no permit. Not same as us, we got a permit. We made some mistakes, but we went and got a permit and predominantly complied with it.
Oh, but the one you took out that you focused on, you didn't have a permit for that one, right?
That's correct.
So there would be no permit for that tree, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
and
go
we've
ahead.
always been clear on that and admitted that.
Right,
yes.
right.
The Greenleaf
So
Avenue.
do we know if on these others that they had permits for other trees, but not for the one that you're focusing on?
No, they had no permit at all.
No permit at all?
No permit at all, which to us, from my perspective, makes them worse than us. but yet they were treated.
Well, I'll get to that in a minute.
easy.
Go ahead.
Okay. So Greenleaf Avenue, they removed 3 protected trees without a permit, which, by the way, same as us. Their ratio that BSS proposed for mitigation was a 4-to-1 ratio, 12 trees. Third example of 4, Herta Road, very similarly was a new home project like ours. They removed 2 sycamores and a California live oak, 3 trees with no permit. And BSS required replacement of the trees at a 4-to-1 ratio and a fine of rounding off $1,100. 3 trees, no permit, 4-to-1 ratio, $1,100, done. Last one, Lavelle Drive. Very interestingly, 2 weeks ago, this is 2 weeks old. We got stuff for the last 10 years. This one's 2 weeks old. 7 California black walnuts removed, no permit. And the notice from BSS, replace them on a 4-to-1 ratio. So in our view, there's no rational basis. You can possibly go through those examples and treat my client, Sullivan Equity Partners, differently under these circumstances. And that's an equal protection violation. The pattern and practice of this city is a 4-to-1 ratio. It's not revoking permits. None of these people even had a permit, and they're treated on a 4-to-1 ratio. One was 2-to-1 ratio. It's obviously disparate.
Mr. Mitchell, I was going to wait and ask this question, but I just can't. Let's go back to your second slide, slide number 2, because this slide, is it your position in slide number 2 that CEQA doesn't have any play here for us?
Yes, it's my position.
That's where you lost me at the very beginning of the process. Okay, so
CEQA,
do we know on any of those others that you're supposedly similarly situated with, do we know if there were relevant environmental documents that were related to any of those projects?
In most of these projects, there aren't CEQA documents because
exactly.
they're just
so you
cutting
wouldn't be,
down trees.
and I believe because of that, you're not similarly situated. And I also think that if you look at the circumstances around those cases, and I understand you're representing your client, I just think it's a pretty bold step, especially when you come in and tell us that CEQA has really nothing to do with what we do here.
I think that mischaracterizes my testimony. My position is CEQA's in the jurisdiction in this city of the zoning administrator and the West LA Area Planning Commission. It's not that the city of LA has no CEQA jurisdiction. Never said that, and I would not. And
I'm talking about for what we do here at the Board of Public Works.
The CEQA document, which was done and is, I think if you turn to the next slide that you had referred to, it's years old. The CEQA document's years old. The most projects that are for 2 homes don't even have a mitigated negative declaration. So if anything, we did more than most homes have to do. So I'm not saying CEQA's irrelevant to this overall process. So I'm not really sure we're communicating on that. I'm just saying the reason we're here today regards 3 trees that were removed, and I don't think CEQA gets implicated into that discussion. I think that's one that'll be relevant at the Area Planning Commission hearing, which has been delayed for this hearing to occur and has been pending for several months and was part of the 27-page decision from the zoning administrator in December.
A point of clarification, you have presented the framework of the 14th Amendment, equal protection under the law, as probably one of the core issues with regard to your presentation in terms of the treatment that the Bureau of Urban Forestry, or the section of urban forestry for the Bureau of Street Services, has acted in terms of their recommendation in your case versus prior recommendations they have made for other similar contractors who have presented with these violations. So I wanted to be clear in my point that you are suggesting in your framework that because urban forestry failed to give stringent recommendations in remedy to the prior prime contractors, that in fact they should increase in retroactivity the penalties for those others, or are you suggesting they should lessen them for you?
The latter. Excuse me, the
Suggesting
latter.
that they should lessen them. Then how do you figure under equal protection that in this case the constituents who have equally not been protected in terms of the embracing of the environment of which is a responsibility of the Board of Public Works and the city as a custodian of the property given the fact of the service they provide, then how in fact are you accounting for the constituents in terms of their loss, which is also covered under the 14th Amendment, under the equal protection, because we would be responsible as their city government providing services to provide equal services to all constituents in cases presenting where in fact the recommendation has been less than what it should be. So as the council, how would you address that issue as it relates to the stakeholder, not necessarily just you as a prime contractor and your other class, but also the other constituents who are impacted by the 14th Amendment, which are in fact the constituents? What would be your response to that?
So just so I understand your question, I just want to restate it to make sure I'm responding to the correct thing.
My question basically is that the constituents have impact on the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause, and that they have allegedly been harmed, and let's say not by, let's say they've been not by intent of the law that you have eloquently argued, but that they have nevertheless allegedly, and I'm saying allegedly because we've not heard everyone yet, but I need this clarification before we go forward. But let's just say I'm believing you, and they have been harmed not by, let's say they've been harmed by negligence because it hasn't been intent according to your testimony. So if constituents have been harmed by negligence, then what say you in terms of their right to equal protection of the 14th Amendment?
So I think the question is, how do we protect the neighbor's interests? Is that correct? What you're getting? Okay. So I think how we protect them is to require mitigation in excess of what the impacts were. And that's what we're proposing. I agree that there's an impact to the neighborhood because of the three removed trees, right? That's what the city section is. So we're not...
Agree that the 14th Amendment also includes their rights?
I agree, yes. I agree there's other interests, okay? So I think we're on the same page on that. But what I would like to draw your attention to, I'm not sure how the neighbors' concerns of trees being removed is solved by the BSS recommendation, which is your permit's revoked and you can't get one for 5 years and nothing mitigation-wise happens at the site. That's the proposal. Compared to ours, which is, and I was almost there on the last two slides, we're proposing to do 3 to 4 times the normal city-required mitigation and give funding to city tree funds or any other entity this board would recommend. So we are trying to undo the harm of the 3 trees. We are trying to be responsive. And I actually think the proposal is more responsive than the recommendation.
Well, let me help you out with the answer on that one, Mr. Mitchell. As Commissioner Davis points out, the city government, we've got to do our best to represent all of our constituents. And one way to satisfy them is to not create an environment where people can go out and just take out the trees they want to take out in any part of the city and figure that they're going to come back and pay a little money if they get caught. And maybe it's worth it to try because they probably won't get caught, and let's take that shot. You know, I understand the mitigation for this property, that you can make an argument that, yeah, don't do this, let us do some mitigation measures to this property. What concerns me is what that says for the rest of the city, because we're not just talking about this property when we talk about how we apply the ordinance and what message our action sends one way or the other. Go ahead, sir.
So I'd like to respond to that real quick, and then I have
Of
2 slides to wrap up. If my client had went out there without a permit and took out 55 trees like they did, I wouldn't even take this case because the penalty would match the crime. Our whole issue is we don't think the penalty matches the crime. They did something wrong. They actually went out there with a permit and made some minor mistakes in the scheme of what was permitted. 56 trees, 3 extra. And we're punished much more severely than people who never even went and got a permit. We just don't think that's fair. Can I wrap up my presentation and then answer some more questions?
Sure.
Because I think I only have 2 slides, so I'd like to sort of, if that's okay. Okay. So the conclusion, I have 2 slides left. This is a conclusion slide. It's pretty much a wrap-up on page 57. In my view, and I've stated all those things, so I'm not going to repeat them, but what I will tell you of those 9 items listed on slide 57 of why we think our appeal should be granted, I don't have to win 9 out of 9. All you have to do is agree with me on 1 or 2 probably. 1 or 2 out of 9, and my appeal should be granted. So I don't need to be batting 100% on the issues. Then lastly, this is our proposal. We put it in a letter yesterday. We did, before we went to the February hearing with Street Services, put in a specific proposal to bring in significant extra trees. We encouraged them to talk to us about it. Fortunately, that never happened. We're still willing to do that, frankly. This proposal is in excess, it's 3 times the normal city ratios. And compared to people similarly situated or even worse than what we did, we're proposing to do substantially more. So we would like this remedy, because remember, going back to the very beginning of my talk, what's this about? It's really what's the remedy. We know what happened. It's like, what's the remedy or the punishment, whatever you want to call it. That's what this hearing's all about. Is it our building permits revoked and we can't get one for 5 years? Or is it something closer to what I'm proposing on the last slide on 58, which we think's fair and much more consistent with the city's past pattern and practice? Then we have 3 experts, the ones you listed, and then our presentation will be complete. Their presentations are much shorter than mine, by the way.
Okay, so what I would propose that we do, I've got, we'll get to your experts, and then before Mr. Krakow presents, I would like to take a few minutes of a recess. I do have just one clarifying question. I think I heard you and understand you, Mr. Mitchell. Is your position that your client's first bad act, I think you use the term bad actor a lot, was the if there is one in your view, is the accidental removal of the sycamore tree or the unpermitted trees that you've discussed today?
Well, it depends how you define first, but when the original construction activities commenced, 2 things happened that were incorrect. One is a tree issue. We didn't know it at the time until we went out there in January and confirmed that, yeah, in fact, that had happened. The other one was the regional board stormwater erosion control measures were in place. Those were happening simultaneously, and the reason is the neighbors had gone to all the agencies and they all came out. And the very beginning of this project in late September 2014, September 29, there was a lot of controversy caused by the neighbors. So depending on how you want to parse that, but both those things were essentially happening at the same time. We weren't aware until January, in fact, when we got the notice in December, but we had to confirm it, that the trees actually were taken down. Yeah, at the time in September, we weren't aware of that.
So September the 14th would be the...
September 29th.
Of 2014 would be the earliest.
Of 2014, yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. So whichever of your first experts you'd like to call.
Okay. So we have 3.
You want to take? Let's take just a 2-minute recess first.
Okay. That'd be fine.
And then we'll get to your experts, and then we'll take a little bit longer of a recess.
Okay. That'd be great.
Well, maybe it's a 5-minute recess because of the number of people that stood up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start in just a minute. I think we kept to a pretty short recess. Mr. Campos, are you ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Krakoff, are you ready to go? Okay, Mr. Mitchell, with your first expert.
Thank you. So I'll just give you the list of what's to come. We have.
I've got some cards here, yeah.
Okay, Ricardo Gonzalez, he was a tree cutter. We have Greg Applegate, who's an arborist. We have Larry Gray, who is a site engineer. And then we have Sean Nambar, he's the owner of the property, or one of the owners, okay?
Great, thank you, sir.
Okay.
So we'll start with Ricardo Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm Ricardo Gonzalez, and I'm in the business, Ricardo Landscaping Tree Service for so many years in the county of Los Angeles. And first of all, I'm really sorry for all this happening. And starting the project on the job site, so a couple of weeks before, I working with Mr. Senchaki and Nito, and offered the job, give it the drawings, letters, and I walking into the job site, and I decide on can handle the work. And after that, I go with my son, Daniel Gonzalez, and follow the trees. First of all, started from the front. I give it a drawing, the letter to my son, and I give it the instruction. The number is shown, you call me. And I put it with a pink tape. The first thing started to the front side, which the sycamore. Let's go from then all the way to the top of the hills. Few days after, I go with my brother and one of the workers. Early in the morning, like 9 o'clock, it's starting to work from the top of the hills. So to the end of the day, I come and cut the trees. And it started to, when they cut the trees, the neighbor come to complain. So I stop and go give it to the notice. The permits, first of all, I check him before getting the job. I check him with it, making sure his permits available. So, and then cut the trees, she get a very upset about the happening. So I show her the permits, the trees cut, and I show all the permits. So she asked to me to stop. So I no finish that day. It's still 3 more left. So I decide to stop to not get angry to Master her. The second day I go to Cary and I get a stop, or one of you represent the lady go in to take an evidence for the lady is from the city. She told me the city. It's a tape across, and she asked to not to cut and to resolve this. The Spanish lady, young lady, she worked for the city. She's the pest, the animals control. So it's why those trees is still there. Otherwise, I cut it. So, and never do anything intentional. Just the way my son, and I read it, the drawing where they say attack to the trees, I get it to cut. And I never do things wrong, all by intentional. I always. And not having much to say, I just want to say something that show you a little bit about the sycamore trees. And I want to show all the other trees. I'm sure somebody's going to comment about the way I stack the trees and move the ticket from the trees to the trunk, because the way it fell is not visible the number. So I wanted to be, in case something happened, somebody can go and review and see the numbers. And I put a stack behind the trunk and the pink tape, and the number, I attach it to the trunk. So I try to do it my best, but whatever I do is wrong. And the stack in the sycamore is C. Can I give it? I tried to comment it the last time, but it's not there. So all this speech, my daughter find from the TV show, but they complain. I don't have nothing to show in my personally. So finally, I get those to try to show some evidence to say what I say. Besides that, I don't have much to comment. I just wanted to say a little bit by myself. I have here, which I do for my life. The way I donation to the school, the way donation to the hospital. So I never can do things intentional to hurt by myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Thank you, sir. Greg Applegate.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Applegate. I'm a registered consulting arborist, a certified arborist, a certified or a tree risk assessment qualified, and graduated from Cal Poly in '73, and my first job out of school was working next door here at City Hall East in Parks and Recreation. I was retained in this case because Robert Wallace, whom I deeply respect, couldn't be here. I have one or two disagreements with his report regarding tree number 5, but I'll get to that. But I've known him for a long time, and I consider him an ethical person and that he does good work. I reviewed his report and walked the site. I found it a very difficult site to walk. In fact, a lot of it I slid rather than walked, or crawled rather than walked. I strongly disagree with the finding that the removal of these 3 trees was intentional. I believe, in fact, that it was apparent that this was not intentional. I think the complexity of the site, having all these trees, well, I take that back. Not all the trees had 3 tags on them, but a lot of them had 3 tags on them. Maybe out front, there are some that had 2, but a lot of them had 3 tags on them. And not all on the same side. You couldn't just line them up. You'd have to walk around to find all 3. And I think if it was really deliberate to improve the site and make grading easier, why are there 4 trees left with a permit to remove them and 3 taken out? I think one of those, number 11, Mr. Gonzalez said he couldn't find the tag on that one, so it wasn't cut. Again, that seems like an attempt to be careful. There was a question regarding using smaller trees and versus the large ones. I think most arborists, and including Mr. Scow, would agree that young trees in a small container usually overtake large specimen trees. The growth rate is just much faster. And you have much fewer root defects because they haven't gone through a series of transplants from, say, the liner to the 1 gallon, from the 1 gallon to the 5 gallon, from the 5 gallon to the 15, and so forth. Each of those making concentric circles of roots rather than a nicely radiating pattern of roots like a natural tree would have. And large specimen tree transplants, to get a really big tree out there, to transplant it, they have to cut off about 90% of the roots. Okay, and so research has found that taking and transplanting a 10-inch diameter tree, it takes about 13 years to recoup all the roots that are lost. So in the meantime, that tree is really limping along. It's more vulnerable to insects and so forth. Whereas, say, planting a small tree, a 1 gallon, 5 gallon, whatever, that tree is going to be much more quickly established and adapted to the site conditions, the soil conditions, and so forth. I think one of the misunderstandings that I've heard about misidentifying the trees has to do whether he misidentified the species, which a lot of people assume, or whether it was protected or not protected. And it seems like at least in 2 of the cases, since they're just working with numbers, calling back and forth numbers to his son, that the list was misread, that you had a group of trees listed as being retained, a group of trees listed as being impacted, and a group of trees listed as being retained. And I believe accidentally they probably looked down to the wrong grouping on that list of impacted trees or retained trees. As far as the nature of the site, having walked it, I see a lot of urban drool, if you will, from the surrounding communities up above, the runoff of the streets containing oil and tire residue and so forth, which are toxic. Grading from the homes above and runoff from them containing who knows what. So those invasive trees, in addition, there's pittosporum, there's pampas grass, there's German ivy, all of which are invasive exotics. There's a lot of old dead trees laying around. It's not really what I'd call a pristine wilderness, and I have no idea where the term holistic woodland came from. I've never heard that term before in the 30-some-odd years I've been consulting. I've checked a number of references, Jepson and Muntz, and a number of other references, and it's in nobody's glossaries. I don't know what it means. It's woodland with cosmic forces or something. It's just kind of off the wall. So I think one good reason for not considering this as intentional is I worked with Disney on a number of projects and worked with one of their oldest employees, Bill Evans, who worked on every single Disney project, even before there was a Disneyland. And he was telling me a story of how in the Disneyland property there were a whole bunch of orange trees, an old orange grove. And they went through there with a bunch of tags and put tags on all the ones that they wanted to keep. Well, what happened? The contractor went in and cut down the trees that were marked to keep. Accidents do happen. And I think this whole pattern, the pattern of fewer trees being removed than were permitted, the number of tags on the trees and all, just seems to indicate to me that this was accidental, not intentional. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions at all for the consultant? Commissioner Cinto?
Thank you. Mr. Applegate, thank you for your testimony. And, in your expert opinion for tree number 5, did you do an assessment of how adequately it was labeled? And was it labeled multiple times as not to be removed, sir?
No, I came in after it was already cut down. But tree number 5 was, when I saw the picture of it laying on the ground, it was badly decayed. And consider also on number 5, as Mr. Wallace said in his report, that it was impacted and there was going to be work within 4 feet of the trunk. And you have a large drain line coming through there, who knows what other utilities, and you had a roadbed, and roadbeds have to be over-excavated, a bed of base material put down and so forth. Cutting that close to a tree that was leaning as severely as it was, I think would have destabilized it. There is
exactly. I'm going, even before any downstream, the status or anything. I'm focusing on the labeling of it, and if there's redundancy in the system to avoid accidents and avoid mistakes. That's what I'm asking of your expert opinion. If you felt it was, if there was any indication that it was, arbitrarily you could cut this down because it was not adequately tagged.
No, I think it was just calling back and forth with numbers and that kind of error like I outlined at first.
And in your opinion, that happens often?
It does happen. Hopefully not often. I mean, I work with the same sort of thing doing these kind of reports, and I go to great measure to try and save trees when I can. I'm a member of Tree People and all that. I really try to preserve trees, but when you don't have good supervision and a lot of safeguards, stuff does happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cinto. Thank you, Mr. Applegate. Larry Gray.
Yes, good morning, Mr. President and members of the board. Larry Gray, Spindler Engineering. This is a piece of property that I've been involved with for about 30 years. And we started work in, about 8 or 9 years ago to actually move forward with the project that we obtained permits on in 2013. So I've walked it many times. I've gone over the topographies and the grading plans and all the other storm drain plans and so on over the years. I can see absolutely no reason why that tree should have been cut down other than a mistake. Someone testified that it was so we could have a shorter retaining wall in that area. We have no retaining walls in that area. There's no retaining walls even close to any of the 3 trees. So that has no meaning on the situation. As far as getting construction equipment into the project, when we started work on it, I obtained a permit for geologic exploration. We had to get heavy equipment in order to do some borings for geologic exploration. that got submitted, of course, to the Department of Building and Safety and reviewed and had to be approved before we would ever have the permits that we received. So keeping the tree in place was more to our advantage because it would be attractive along one side of the entrance to the project when it's finally completed. So it seems to me that it must be a mistake and one that should at least should be corrected by some mitigation, but not killing the whole project. To that end, I can hopefully answer any questions that you have, and so if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Gray at this time? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Namvar?
Hi, thank you for your time today. My name is Sean Namvar. I am a member of Sullivan Equity Partners. I bought this property in 2006 for $6 million. I started the permit process 2006 for 3 to 4 years. Spent about $1.5 million. Then we stopped because other things came up and we didn't go forward. Then again, we started and spent another $2 million to finalize our permits. We got permits from Fish and Game, Army Corps of Engineering, building permits, grading permits, tree permits, water board. We paid $560,000 to water board for mitigation before we started. I've worked about 12 years on this project myself. I've been working very hard, even when these neighbors have stopped us. I am sorry about the trees. It wasn't intentional. We didn't want this to happen. I didn't know that has happened until December of 2015. I was shocked that it has happened. I'm here to make it right. We're here to make it right. You guys have a proposal from us. If you want to give us a counter proposal, again, I want to say that we're genuinely sorry and we'll do whatever we can to fix it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Namvar at this time? Thank you, sir. Mr. Krakow?
Mr. President, just give me a minute or two to get the logistics going here. Here's a copy of today's PowerPoint. little bit of technical difficulties. Can the board members see this? Or you have exactly the same?
Yeah, we can see.
So if I can begin?
Yes.
My name is Gideon Krakow. I'm an environmental lawyer.
You might speak up a little if possible.
Yeah. My name is Gideon Krakow. I'm an environmental lawyer. Here today on behalf of Klein Sullivan Canyon Property Owners Association, Inc., Advocates for the Environment, Sarah Nichols, John Taylor, Barbara Williams, and the California Native Plant Society. It's always a pleasure, Board President, Vice President, Commissioners, to be in this lovely room. And I've had the opportunity through my career to work on tree protection issues all throughout this city, whether it was the Space Shuttle or the Crenshaw Line in CDs 8 and 10, the White Memorial Project in CD 14, now this project here in CD 11. And the presentation is entitled, Support Your Staff, Deny the Appeal. Now, my wife said this presentation was too long this morning, so I did cut it down, and just bear with me. We've also given you a host of expert letters and supporting documents. You have all of that. We also provided the expert letters to the other side, and this is all for the record. So folks are asking, why are we here at Public Works today? What is this revocation or ban? You heard the applicant's lawyer, who's a fine lawyer, say, that's the zoning stuff, that's the planning stuff. Why are we here? And the answer is, because this is Mayor Garcetti's own idea. Here is the council motion that he made in 2003 to require when folks cut down protected trees illegally, to ensure that it wasn't just a cost of business. He initiated the council motion saying that there was significant financial incentive for the illegal removal. And because this occurs too often, it would be appropriate to penalize that violation by withholding the permits necessary. When this was finally adopted, he was quoted in the LA Times as the champion of the very law we're here to pass and enforce today. Quickly, this is the general project location. It's north of Sunset Boulevard and the Riviera Country Club, to the west of the 405, there above Sunset Boulevard. Here's the specific parcels. You've seen this. And this is a landlocked property. So the only way you can get access is to go up Old Ranch Road to this little cul-de-sac right here. It's the only way you can get on this property. So just a little bit of background. In 2007, the CEQA initial study indicated that 27 protected trees would be removed. Finally, the MND in 2011 said 25 protected trees. And of course, they had to come to your board for approval. Then in 2013, they came to this board. Again, the board relied on them, but took out 56 trees. Clear violation by the developer of the CEQA document, and a clear violation by this board of its CEQA duties. Now, we fixed that process, working with the board chair, working with Fernando, Tim Tyson, your city attorney, to make sure that this kind of mistake, where the CEQA document says 25 trees and the board issues 56 trees, to make sure that mistake, led by omissions by the developer, never happens again. And again, that was the prior board, not you. As part of that permit, there was the Wallace report. The board considered and required that report, the tree report, and it indicated that trees 5, 30, and 29 were not to be removed. For tree number 5, the big sycamore, they've talked about how it was going to be encroached on, blah, blah, blah. This is their tree report. It said the impact was going to be minor and the arborist to monitor. And then these other trees that were removed, 29 was not to be impacted at all. Talking about that report, this is not from us, this is their own expert. He's not here today. He concluded the tree was 80 feet high, 50 feet wide, in excellent condition. This was the tallest, biggest tree on the entire property. It's the tallest tree. There's no other tree taller than this tree in that whole report. So the board relied on that report and the promise to protect those trees and issued the permit. And importantly, there was mitigation conditions. You haven't heard a lot today about the mitigation conditions. Why? Because they didn't follow them, period. The trees will be protected by fencing and monitored. Prior to construction, they told you construction started today. Where was all the fencing of these trees to protect them? If they had the fencing up, the trees wouldn't have been gone. The project arborist would be present. Mr. Gonzalez is not an arborist. He's a good, honest man. He's not an arborist, though, and there was no arborist brought to this site to position those fences. And that's why this happened. That's not Mr. Gonzalez's fault. And of course, these are the rules under Mayor Garcetti's statute. If the plans changed, if they needed to take out tree number 5, when they brought all their equipment out there, they had to come back to you. It's the board that makes those exemption determinations. You can't cut the trees first and then come back today and say, oh, we'll replant it. The after-the-fact excuses about the condition of the trees, whether they would have survived, that they can replace them, that's all irrelevant. They had to come back to you to get a modification to the permit. So that didn't happen here, of course. So let's talk about what did happen. September 29th, this is from a court filing, a verified petition. On September 29th, the bulldozers and the chainsaws arrived to begin grading. Because of all the notice problems with this project, and neighbors knew nothing about it, they contacted me. I talked to their counsel and demanded that the protected tree removal stop. We gave notice for an ex parte hearing, but instead they rushed to complete the tree chopping work just before judicial relief could be sought. And so what happened? They committed brazen and blatant violations of environmental laws. Here's the water board notice, right around this same time period, late September, early October. They didn't have their best management practices. They discharged vegetation into Sullivan Canyon Creek. They didn't have their biological monitor on site. And they were accused of bribery and threats by the water board inspector. We got this from a Public Records Act request. Valerie Carrillo-Zara. She was uncomfortable when these guys ask us how much money they can pay us. Illegal activity. I don't want to be around any of it. They're threatening me, intimidating. And they chainsawed these trees without their permit. This is the finding by your staff here. This is on your board's letterhead confirming that they also took down these trees in all the rush. So the developer's lawyer says, oh, this is about the neighbors not liking this project. Can you blame them? So let's talk specifically about tree number 5. So they went out there in late September and they were planning to bring all their equipment on site. Here's the gigantic tractor, the link belt they brought through Old Ranch Road. Again, this was a landlocked property. They had no other access. So it's not a question about what was going to happen when they built their driveway on this property in 2 years. This was a question about what was happening that day. That's what the developers were thinking of. So they bring their project up Old Ranch Road. They come to the cul-de-sac, and there is where that tree was, right there. This is a picture of them after it was chopped down, removing the stump. That's Mr. Sam Shakib directing removal of the stump. That's Mr. Namvar's partner on this project, one of the SEP partners. This is the owner who had the tree permit directing removal of tree number 5. This is what you call a smoking gun. I wish I had these in every one of my cases. So there's tree number 5 after it was gone. And now you begin to see, oh, this is what happened. They couldn't go to the left there where the drainage culvert was because that's an impassable area. And there, by the way, that's that oak tree. But they didn't need to remove that oak tree that day because they couldn't go through that area. It was too hard to get their equipment up. And here's the picture that tells the story. This is a picture from today. That's where Sycamore was. This is where they put their grate to get their construction equipment over. And there's that flat area right in front, or behind rather, of the sycamore tree. They couldn't go to the right because it is too hilly. Couldn't get their equipment up that way without building the shoring and the retaining walls. That's what they were talking about with the retaining walls that they needed today if they were going to go that way. And they couldn't go to the left because that's a creek and it was impassable. And our experts have confirmed that. And this picture tells you what happened, doesn't it? They put the steel grate right on top of where the tree used to be. And that's how they got up to what was that flat area right behind it, right here. Boom, right through. These are architect Alan Tomasi. Again, had they gone to the left, they would have had to destroy the concrete drainage culvert, and that path is extremely uneven, steep, and inaccessible. Would have caused grading and time delays. Had they gone to the right, would have taken considerable additional time to excavate into the very steep hillside. The circumstances plainly show that removal of the tree certainly facilitated quicker and cheaper access to the flat dirt path for the heavy equipment. Removal of that tree allowed the developer to drive its heavy equipment directly into the site and up the hill on the dirt path. This conclusion is inescapable from the evidence. The evidence, including the Water Board notice of violation, shows the developer was not concerned with scrupulous environmental or permit compliance and was motivated instead to get the tree removals and access to the site for the heavy equipment done cheaply and quickly. Other explanations are not credible. And, of course, they violated, by doing this, the tree permit, all the permit mitigation conditions, showing blatant and brazen disregard. This is Jan Scow. You have this report, our consulting arborist, very respected. He says none of the protection measures required by the project arborist were followed. Clearly, the developer did not heed the advice of his consulting arborist report. The fencing was never put up to protect the trees. The arborist wasn't on site. That's not Mr. Gonzalez's fault, the gentleman that spoke with you today. And really, this is even worse than having no permit at all, to just blow off your permit conditions. And you can ask Mr. Lorenz, and he'll confirm that none of these permit conditions were complied with. Now we have the developer's excuses that the tree wouldn't have survived, that they can replace it. Again, Mr. Scow has refuted all of this. He indicates, how is it possible that the largest tree on the entire property, the one tree closest to the neighborhood, marking the entrance to the properties, and only one of 2 sycamores on the entire site is not significant? I see no reasonable basis for that statement. Then they talk about, oh, we made a mistake. We thought it was an oak and it was really a sycamore. He says that's simply unrealistic, as the 2 trees were not that close to each other, and tree number 5 could have been spared any significant impacts with adequate supervision. It was huge, well-established, living in an ideal environment. And then he talks about planting all these 1-gallon new trees is not going to be the same. And their arborist, Mr. Applegate, just admitted that now. It's going to be a generation before any of those trees look anything like the tree we're talking about that they chopped down. So that's what happened on September 29th to October 3rd. And then right after that, a cease and desist order was issued, not by the city, but by the environmental officials. And that was it. This project has been stopped for like 20 months. And in fact, they still don't have their water board permits. Just earlier this month, they got denied again. Now he's talked some time today about construction starting, that you can't trigger revocation where construction has started. But construction clearly hasn't started. They chopped some trees, brought some tractors on site, and then it's been stopped in its tracks for 20 months. And all their permits, they had to get extensions. Now, ultimately, they're expired. Their building permits are expired now. But when they tried to get extensions, this is them, this is their writing, they said, we need to extend the start time of our permit. This was just last year. They need a 6-month extension extend the start time of the permit. Well, if construction started already, you don't need an extension for the start time. This is what's called an admission that construction hadn't started. And even if you have any doubts, we can then go under the governing law, which is building and safety guidance and rules, definition of commenced construction. You have to go and get your building inspector and call for inspection, and the inspection has to be approved by the department. That's what commenced construction means, or started construction. That never happened here. Construction never started. End of story on that point. So, the remedy under the municipal code, championed by our mayor, is revocation. And here, of course, you have that authority. We support staff fully. You can have a revocation up to 10 years. Construction hasn't commenced. Their own extension request to extend grading start time admits this. LABBS rules show construction has not commenced. And the protected trees were removed in violation of the permit. They admit this too, plus they broke all their mitigation rules. Here's the factors to consider under the mayor's law. We've heard about them today: the number of trees, the size, the knowledge and intent, and prior violations of law. We've talked about 3 trees, size and age. Our expert says that the sycamore was up to, he says here 75, or estimated range was up to 100 years. I don't know why I put, there it is, 120 possibly. Here it is, tree 5. That's what that tree looked like. A tree they knew they weren't supposed to remove, but it was in the way. That's not Photoshop, that's the size of that tree. And Ms. Choate was here today. She was the first person who testified. This is from, again, your own staff's conclusions about the tree age and size. Very significant to the property. It's distinct in appearance, growth habits, and foliage. You can't confuse oak trees and sycamore trees. Then there's the knowledge and intent. So they rushed to take down the trees before we could go to court. They didn't heed their consulting arborist report. They got a water board violation, and they're trying to tell you all of this is irrelevant. All that matters is whether we had prior violations of law. That's wrong. This is relevant. It goes to intent. And the excuses and the scapegoating of Mr. Gonzalez are not credible. Again, Jan Scow, 25 years, I can never recall any tree workers not being able to tell a sycamore tree from an oak tree. Highly negligent, if not willfully negligent. You also have our architect, very experienced architect Robert Schwartz. He says it's our conclusion that the unpermitted removal was not accidental, but was the outcome of a deliberate act of commission. It was required as a practical matter to facilitate the creation of a needed access pathway for its heavy equipment right there in early October 2014. Now, he also says this about esteemed opposing counsel. He says that his assertion in his appeal letter that the removal did not improve access to the site, did not make construction easier, and did not benefit SEP in any way may constitute noble attempts at advocacy, but in the professional opinion of the undersigned construction expert, these statements are demonstrably false and contradict all the available objective evidence. And Mr. Schwartz, of course, went to the site, poked around. That's all in the report that you have. And even if you don't believe any of this, here's this age-old principle of the law. This is Aristotle. Goes back to him. No doctrine, this is the California California Court of Appeal, mostly kind of quoting Aristotle. No doctrine is more universal or of more ancient vintage in the law that ignorance of the law excuses no one. So even if all this evidence of intent isn't true. These folks had a permit, they knew what it said, and the fact that they had willfully blindness and didn't read it, but cut it anyway, which was, of course, intentional, that is not the basis of innocence. Reject those excuses from the developer. When an employee dumps toxic waste that's the company's toxic waste, you don't get off the hook by blaming your employee. When the Russian Olympians are banned for taking banned substances on the list, they don't say, oh, it was my assistant's job to check the list. I'm sorry I took the banned substance. No. They get banned anyway. That's how the law works. Now, the developer's attorney told the LA Times that this was a speeding ticket. Not really, because the tree was run over here. This is more like a hit and run. Talked about this is a net positive. There were 4 trees we didn't cut. So isn't that a net positive? It's only 3 trees that we did without the permit. You've heard from people today. That's not a net positive. And Commissioner Davis talked about equal protection and the community's rights, the victim's rights. When you're assessing a penalty or a sentence in criminal court, you don't say, the person can't be brought back, so, the penalty doesn't really matter. No, the penalty is important, and that's why Mayor Garcetti wrote this law. There's some threats from the developer in these letters and the lawyer. This is not a taking of property. A taking doesn't occur unless all value is removed, rendering it valueless. And even then, government regulations with substantial purpose, like tree protection, are justified. Here, the property's not valueless. You just have to go back and comply with the hillside ordinance and probably build some smaller houses. Then this issue about what the board did in other cases. Each case is different. And the failure to enforce laws in other cases does not preclude their enforcement in another specific instance. That is not the law. That would be like coming back and saying, oh, in all these other cases, the prior Board of Public Works ignored the CEQA requirements, so now you have to ignore the CEQA requirements too. You've rejected that. You say, no, we're going to follow the law, we're going to enforce the law. Maybe because the prior board didn't, doesn't matter. We know what the law is and we're going to enforce it moving forward. And that is perfectly appropriate. And of course, the emails that I sent to the board and urban forestry saying go out and inspect, there's nothing improprietous about that. We're supposed to complain to the board and urban forestry when we think they cut down trees illegally. That's what you're supposed to complain to. And then the vested rights, soft costs like lawyer costs and permit costs for engineers are not basis for vested rights. Substantial construction work must be done. And of course, that never happened here. And they've been stopped for 20 months. And their building permits have now expired. I'm finishing up. So, to conclude, the relief requested, support staff, deny the appeal, make findings of intentionality under Section 4606, and make credibility determinations that you don't believe the excuses. If they sue the city, the judge is going to defer to you on your interpretations of credibility of the witnesses you've seen today. The judge is not going to see the witnesses. The judge is going to see the record and is going to trust, he or she is going to trust your credibility determinations. Specify building and safety to revoke the permits. That's what happens. You make a recommendation to them that they pretty much have to follow and impose the time ban of 5 years. And send a message and a precedent that illegal development won't be tolerated. Enforce, don't neuter the mayor's own law. And your staff, who we criticize a lot for not being aggressive enough, and that's changing, has found this to be brazen and blatant conduct, meriting the penalty. Support them. Don't undermine them. This is their job to do. Not building and safeties, not plannings. These are the folks that enforce our tree laws. Trust them. Trust their findings that they've made. So a single photo is worth 1,000 words. The star is where the sycamore tree used to be. Make a finding on the record that their excuses that this didn't help site access is not credible. Thank you very much. We have our experts here as well, but since we didn't really get anything new from their expert testimony today, and since you have all of our experts' declarations already, I would ask that unless you have questions for the experts, we're going to pass on them. But certainly if you have questions, they are available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Krakow. I have some questions just in general. You can answer the question or rely on your experts and call them up accordingly. Commissioner Repenning?
Sure. I have a few different questions for our staff.
Okay. Mr. Lorenzen?
Sure.
Yes.
I actually wanted to ask you, Ron.
Mr. Mitchell, you're acting like you want to respond, so I'm going to give you the opportunity, but just like we ask questions of you after you finish, we're going to take the opportunity to ask questions now as well. Go ahead, Commissioner Repenning.
Sure. Ron, in the original...
Could you speak a little closer?
Oh,
I'm
sure.
having trouble hearing.
In the original report to the board, when the permits were issued, it was the previous Board of Public Works. What were the mitigations suggested in there? I know there's been some reference to a few of them, including that there should be fencing, that there should be an arborist on site. Were there replacement tree recommendations as well in that?
Yes, there were, but without having that permit actually in front of me, I couldn't verbatim state them. It is contained in the package.
Okay. There's a lot of paper.
I know, I understand, yes.
I couldn't find it.
We can get you that, though.
Alrighty. I have a question for Ted Jordan, our legal counsel.
Yes.
I would like for you to respond to pages 18 and 19 of the appellant's presentation, in which they assert that for us to move forward with the recommendation from Street Services staff that we would be exceeding our legal authority.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up those pages now. 18, you said, through 20?
18 and 19.
18 and 19. On page 18, you have 2 points. Construction, I'm just reading for what the page says. Construction had already commenced, and then that's point number 1. Point number 2, that the recommendation is not supported by the 4 factors. These are points that this hearing is to determine whether the 4 factors weigh in favor of the proposed penalty, and if so, the department is entitled to revoke building permits for which construction has not yet commenced. So if construction has commenced, it can't be revoked. If construction has commenced, it can't be revoked. If it has not commenced, then they can be revoked. But these are determinations that need to be decided. So.
I have one more question, then I'll...
Mr. Krakow, I'll have some questions for you. Go ahead, Commissioner
This is
Repenning.
a question for the appellant. I would like to hear what you all have to say in response to the photos presented by the neighbors, in which it shows the removal of the tree providing a much easier access for your equipment.
Okay, and Commissioner Repenning, if I might, I'll get to that. What I would like to do is, before we get back to the appellants, I would like to exhaust our questions at this point of Mr. Krakow. We haven't had any questions yet there, so we'll move to that point. Mr. Krakow, I have a couple of questions for you. Then we'll go to Commissioner Jacinto, then Commissioner Davis. And then when we get to the appellant, we'll go to Commissioner Repenning's question, so you might remind me of that if I neglect. Mr. Krakow, I would like to, I have a few questions for you and a couple of things I want to summarize to see if you're clear with me. First of all, let's look at this slide 18 that was presented by the appellant. This construction had already commenced at the site, this position. The evidence that you've submitted in support of that are the photographs and the explanation that you just provided regarded the easier access to the site. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The four factors I identified, the recommendation relies on three findings which are factually factually and legally unsupported. Your response to that?
Well, there are in the statute these different factors. The findings that your staff has made on those are fully supportable. These were significant trees of significant age, and this was done on purpose. So those findings are satisfied.
Let me ask this question regarding that, because one of the issues that I had the entire time with the presentation of the appellants was the second slide of the appellants that I asked Mr. Mitchell about regarding the CEQA issue, whether I misunderstood him or not. What I took to be, there's nothing to see here regarding CEQA. We got our permit, and the permit was issued by your board, and we moved along. And I even looked back at his slide, and one of the slides references that the CEQA document referenced 56, the possible removal of 56 trees. That's true, it does. But the key here is the word protected trees. And the CEQA document referenced the number, I think it was 25, the removal of 25 protected trees. But that's not what was presented to the Board of Public Works, the prior board. And so and the reason I ask you this question is when we're talking about the scale of the damage versus what the permit was, I'm not looking at the permit as, I know it says 56 trees, but I can't ignore the environmental document that says 25 trees. So I'm looking at the size of this, the scope of this tree in comparison with the number of 25 rather than the number of 56 or 117, what they want to say. I want your response to that. Am I on solid ground here in your opinion? I know who you represent, but I still want your thought on that.
The way that I would look at the CEQA issue is this. The CEQA and the environmental document required that they come to the Board of Public Works and required the mitigation measures implemented by the Board of Public Works and that they follow their Board of Public Works permit. The permit here was for 56 trees. It incorporated a host of mitigation measures that were timed to start of construction or certainly when they removed the trees, and they didn't do those. And they chopped down more trees than they were allowed under their permit. So not only is it a violation of your permit, it's also a violation of the CEQA mitigation conditions. Does that make sense?
It does, but I'm still, and maybe it's because I sit in this role now, I wasn't here that day, a different board was. But I sit in this role, and when we are presented with a permit regarding the removal of protected trees on a project that is this size, that has this amount of work that has been done, we simply, it's unfortunate that in this circumstance we can't rely on the authenticity of the information that's being provided to match with the CEQA documents. And so what I'm asking you for regarding your position and I understand who you represent, is there any, am I able to stand on that and that aspect of this in any way legally, or is it more of a totality of the circumstances situation that you described?
I think it would be a totality of circumstances. I think the pattern and practice that we've seen here is a pattern and practice of these folks blowing through their permits. They did it with the CEQA, they did it with the water board permit, they did it with your permit. And that goes to the intent element of the four findings. Really, it's three findings. The size of the trees, the age of the trees, and the intent factor. It really goes to that third factor, intent.
Okay. There was another argument that was made earlier about, and I summarized it, maybe I didn't summarize it fairly, but this business of the amount of money that we spend, the larger the project, the amount of money that we spend seems to mean that we've gotten closer to commencing construction because we've spent a bunch of this money. So I'm sitting here thinking, so does that mean that the more money you spend, that the easier it is to go out and violate your permits because you've already spent a bunch of money? I've spent a bunch of money, so I really don't have to worry about that permit anymore because I've spent this much money. I can say I've commenced construction because I've done some grading and I've got heavy equipment on my property.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I have two responses to that. The first, or maybe three. The first is that the law is that you have to have done substantial construction, and that soft costs, like the ones they're referring to, are not sufficient for vesting. That's the first point. The second point here is that the court, if they ever raise a vested rights argument, is going to look at the building and safety and the building code. And building and safety defines the start of construction as getting your inspectors out there, typically for foundation or plumbing work, and getting, or footings, and getting your first inspections. That's what the start of construction means. The third point, which I think is an excellent point, is that just because you spent a lot of money doesn't mean you can just blow through all of your permit requirements. The same way that if you build a building and you don't have the elevators in place, building and safety will not give you a permit of occupancy. Now here you have a particular statute. You have to follow that statute, and it is timed to the start of construction. So you have to be aware of that. You have to make certain findings consistent with your ordinance, which is very easy to do here because it's undisputed that construction didn't start. The other thing I'll tell you this is, just to frame this, what happens now is that your denial of this appeal and the 5-year ban and the revocation of the permits primarily now goes to building and safety. And building and safety under Eric Garcetti's law has to essentially determine that it's going to revoke the permits for which construction hasn't started. So you have so many permits here, retaining walls, grading permits, building permits, garage permits. What probably is going to happen in reality is whatever recommendation you make, assuming that it is to support the staff, is going to go to building and safety. It's not going to go to their board. It goes to, my understanding, it's a staff level thing with no hearings, nothing like that. And they're going to look and see which permits haven't started construction, and then they're going to revoke them, period. So that's how this is going to work. To some extent, some of these determinations about commencing construction with all the various permits are going to go to building and safety. One last thing I want to tell you is the permits are already expired. Because this has taken so long, nothing to do with the city, by the way. It's because of the environmental regulators. This project has been stopped for basically 20 months. We're almost going on 2 years now. In the city of LA, you have 6 months to get your permits going and continue the work. Here, it's been way past that. So they keep going to building and safety for extensions. The last extension was granted, but then suspended. So the permits now are gone anyway. But these are determinations to some extent that the Building and Safety Department is going to make, and I hope I answered your question, Board President.
Okay. Commissioner Jacinto?
I feel the need to get confirmation from our city attorney regarding the issuance or the validity of the construction commencing and therefore the permit from Building and Safety. Mr. Jordan, in terms of the evidence provided that there was a request to extend the start time of the permit, technically from a public works perspective, can we say that construction had already commenced at the site or did not commence at the time of the action?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily appropriate for me to opine on that ultimate question. However, if you're asking about
You're saying that's something for us to decide?
Yes, but as to the impact of the request to extend the start time of a building and safety permit, they may ultimately be a question for the Department of Building Safety. In the public works side, if someone has not yet commenced construction under a public works permit, and they come and request that be extended, I think we would infer from that they had not yet started. If they are requesting it to be, if they are requesting the start time to be extended,
Right.
we would infer that they have not yet started.
So it's reasonable for us to assume that construction had not started because of this request.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, is that all you had, Commissioner Cinto? Commissioner Davis?
I wanted to get a little clearer on the ordinance that you talked about that was in City Council, and it had some requirement for penalties as being appropriate for people who have unauthorized cutting of trees. What year was that?
The penalty and the ban that we're talking about was adopted in 2006.
2006. Some of the prior cases that were presented by the appellant talked about the less stringent remedies that urban forestry gave. What were the years of that as juxtaposed to this law? Do you know?
I saw one that was 2005. I don't really know the others. But what I would caution you is that every case is different. And the fact that there was a remedy in that case or not in that case really is not relevant to enforcement in this case.
Okay. Now, in terms of the trimming of the trees, obviously, I think it's been established, probably in law, but certainly in contracts, that you assume, in most cases for prime contractors, unfortunately, the actions of the subcontractors who do work for you that you have selected. So that it is, I think, established that whatever did not happen by the subcontractor that they hired, unfortunately, they will have to assume the responsibility for those actions. Is that what you understand the case
Yes.
to be? Thank you.
Anything further?
Thank
you. Mr. Mitchell? One moment. Mr. Mitchell, so if you wouldn't mind, start with Commissioner Repenning's, responding to Commissioner Repenning's question regarding your response to, was it the photographs, Commissioner?
Sure, I wanted to hear what you would say to a couple of the photographs that we were shown, specifically the one indicating that the removal of the tree essentially allowed a very easy and level access to the site.
Okay, so I think it's that you're referring to the photograph Gideon showed of the sycamore tree being removed and then driving up that area. As Larry Gray, the engineer, mentioned, there were engineering, geologic, geotechnical studies required for the site. They had to go up on the site with drill rigs, track drill rigs, several years before that. And they went up on that site without removing any trees. So they had to get around that sycamore tree in that era, and no trees were taken out. So it's not true that sycamore tree had to be taken out to get access to the site. That's simply not true. It had already been done a few years earlier with heavy equipment, with no trees removed.
Why were the trees not protected by fencing as was required by the permit?
A couple things. The permit doesn't explicitly state that. We have the permit with us. Nowhere in that permit does it actually say that. The reason is because you don't put up those types of fences until you've felled the other trees, because if you start putting a bunch of fencing all around everything, that's to keep the heavy equipment away from the trees. It's not to keep where the tree cutters go. They go in there and cut the trees. After the trees are cut that's supposed to be cut, then they fence the trees so you keep heavy equipment away from it. If you put up the fencing like that first, when you cut all these other trees that are nearby, they're going to fall on the fencing and wreck it all. So it's not pragmatic to do it in that order.
Yeah, if I may interject, I think the slide that Gideon had an excerpt of, and I don't have the full permit in front of me, just to read the condition that he was referring to. It says, fencing of the oaks or native trees as mentioned under B above must be in place prior to any construction activities. So it's referring to the construction activities, not necessarily to tree removal.
Okay. I'd also, if I could respond to Commissioner Davis' question about the timing, at least 4 of those examples we gave you on the equal protection argument at the end of my presentation were from 2016, including the last one.
I noted that. And I also asked a question about the agreements between prime contractor and subcontractor, and I wanted to ask you the same. Is your understanding that the prime contractor assumes the responsibility for the actions that are done by the subcontractors that he or she has hired during their contractual agreement with a said entity like the city?
Generally, I would agree with that, yes.
So you agree with that in this circumstance?
I would. I think that's a general rule, yeah.
Thank you.
President James, I do have a rebuttal once, if you're done with questions.
We're not quite done yet. Commissioner Repenning?
What are the nature of your, the concerns that the State Water Board has had with the project?
Can you say that again? I just want to make sure I answer it.
We saw some back and forth about the State Water Board
Yes.
and their concerns with your activity on site.
Yes.
Can you discuss further what the nature of those concerns are?
Okay, so essentially, yes, I can. So there's really 2 things you need from the Regional Water Quality Control Board to do a site like this. You need a 401 certification under the Federal Clean Water Act, which is a certification you'll comply with state water quality requirements for the 404 permit that was issued by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in this case under Federal Clean Water Act Section 404. So that's the one thing you need from the Regional Board, a 401 certification. Second thing you need are basically, you need your stormwater program, which is under also the Federal Clean Water Act National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, the NPDES program, which is delegated in California to the state to do, and sub-delegated to the regional boards. So we have 2 things we have to do: comply with the 401 certification, get and comply with it, and get a stormwater permit as well. Both those things were acquired before any of the activity happened in September 29, 2014, just so everyone's clear. The complaint by the regional board was that some of the erosion control mechanisms weren't properly in place. They basically said half of them were and half of them were not. So that's what that was regarding. We're working with the regional board to, that issue's been resolved because there's not activity at site currently. The 401 certification issue we're resolving with them because there was an assertion made that additional waters of the state and waters of the U.S. were needed analyzed. So, and sorry for the long answer, but it's not easy to answer that question quickly. So, the Army Corps looked at it again and agreed to a revision of the delineation of waters of the U.S. They reissued their permit just in the last few months. They had issued one prior to the work commencing. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife looked at that issue, reissued their stream bed alteration agreement in November of 2015, and maybe importantly for the President, with a CEQA addendum tiered to the mitigated neg deck. And then the last thing, so we have the Corps, we have the Cal Fish and Wildlife stream bed alteration agreement totally done, and the last thing we need is to revise the 401 certification with the regional board, and that's what we're still working on with them.
Would you concede that the area that this project is being built in is an ecologically special area, and that it is more fragile? It's not the same as building lofts in downtown LA, for example.
I would certainly agree with that, yes.
So one of the key, I think, items for us as a city in working in these special parts of our city, where we still have the native habitat, is CEQA. And, you know, one of the things that troubles me in this is that you came to the previous board with a request for remove a number of trees that was far excessive of what your CEQA document had looked at. And so how would you explain that?
Just so you understand my history with the site, so I don't have the history you might be assuming, I was hired in February of 2015, so I don't have that 10-year history or 5-year history to know exactly what happened in that intervention. I've looked at the documents and know what they all say. I do know the mitigated neg deck does talk about 56 trees being removed. I understand it doesn't say 56 protected trees. Actually, I think it's 58, excuse me. It's in my PowerPoint. But I'm not sure why that discrepancy is in there, to be honest with you.
Any thought about checking into that before you came today?
Well, I knew the documents like that, President James. I'm just saying I wasn't involved in creating it. It would have been created with consultants and then ultimately adopted and independently analyzed by LA City staff as the city's own document before it was approved. So,
all right.
And the statute of limitations run years ago. And the CEQA addendum I did refer to, that Cal Fish and Wildlife did in November, covers all those issues and updates everything.
You had any further questions before his rebuttal, Commissioner Davis?
No.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I have just a few items on rebuttal I'd like to go real quick. Thank you for your courtesy on that. I already mentioned the opponents that said there's no way to get up to the site without taking out that tree. That's simply not true. Heavy equipment had already gone up there a couple of years before. It had to do the geotech.
I'm sorry, would you, I just missed you. Would you repeat that?
Oh, I was saying that heavy equipment had already gone onto the site to do the geotech work. So you don't have to take out tree number 5 to do heavy equipment work on the site. That had already occurred a few years earlier without removing any trees. Secondly, at one point, Mr. Krakoff had mentioned we were worse than had we never even got a permit. I think that's just absolutely not true. This is a case where we got a permit and we tried to comply with it and did make some minor mistakes, but in the percentage of the mistake, which is 3 or 5% of what was at issue, depending on how you measure it, and even if you use your 25 tree example, President, it's still a minority. It's not like we were off by like 50 trees, and took out 100. We had a permit for 56 and actually took out 55, but 3 were wrong, admittedly. Third, this is very important, and I think it's absolutely a misstatement when Gideon informed you repeatedly that the permits are expired. That is not true. In fact, the issue at the zoning administrator hearing in June of 2015 was exactly that. And the 27-page decision issued by the zoning administrator in late December of 2015 absolutely categorically rejected what he just said. Their position is, well, you have to have everything done in 180 days, but they continue to ignore the fact there's another section that says, with good cause, you can continue it beyond that. And that was explicitly held in our favor in a lengthy decision, which is on appeal to the West LA Area Planning Commission as we speak. It isn't true that the building permits are already expired. The issue of soft cost versus not on vesting, there are cases that explicitly say, and the quote I have on that one slide referring to the Fort Bragg case, are all soft costs. They didn't touch the land yet. And the whole point of that case was the court said, hey, at some point, when you have to go to engineers and lawyers and buy the land and do all these things, you don't have to dig a shovel of dirt necessarily to vest your right with these really large complex projects where you need a myriad of permits. At some point, you can have done a lot of things and you vest your permit even if you haven't turned that shovel of dirt. So I just legally disagree with Mr. Krakow on that point. Already gone over the CEQA current status. Then just in sort of closing here, I just like to sort of go back to the beginning. To us, this hearing is about 3 trees, and more specifically, what's the remedy for having taken out 3 trees? there was nothing to be gained by taking out the big tree 5. We could get on the site without it.
Not if you're caught.
We have proposed significant mitigation, and we just believe that revoking the permit, the proposed penalty here, is severe punishment. It's basically the most severe thing you could do to the project, frankly. And it's unfair, it's disproportionate, and it's inconsistent with the prior in practice of the city on these issues. Therefore, we respectfully request that you grant our appeal based on all the grounds that I've outlined in my presentation and our prior letters and our expert opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, and to your experts as well. Mr. Krakow, I have a couple of questions for you. And perhaps Mr. Jordan. I want to be clear on our statute for my own, and I'm just going to put this out in the open and on the table. I don't think it's any surprise. Maybe it is to somebody, but it shouldn't be, where I stand on this. So before I entertain further comments, I have a couple of questions just so I can get myself kind of clear on the direction I think I want to try and go myself. So there needs to be a determination in order to, if I wanted to affirm the action of Mr. Lorenzen and deny the appeal, there are some things that need to be determined in this hearing. And from your perspective, I'd like to know what you think those things are. I'll put them on the table and let me know. One, this issue about whether or not construction has already commenced at the site. We had that discussion already with Commissioners Repenning and Jacinto and our city attorney, and the city attorney had indicated, based on the evidence that's presented, that it's certainly something that we could make a decision on here based on the evidence that's presented. We're not precluded from that, correct?
Correct, and I think the piece of evidence that Commissioner Jacinto pointed to, which is their own admission that the start time needed to be extended, would indicate that they didn't start yet. So the answer to that question is yes, but looking at the statute here, Garcetti's statute, what it says is, in the event that you find that a protected tree was removed or relocated in violation of the code, you shall specify to the superintendent of building the length of time the issuance of building permits shall be withheld, and whether building permits for which construction has not commenced shall be revoked. So to some extent, you can make the determination, in your view, that you are implementing this because construction hasn't commenced, and then you tell them, revoke the permits for which construction hasn't commenced. And they will look at the permits, there's their permits, and they will revoke the ones for which they determine construction hasn't commenced.
And that has been done in the letter of March 14th, 2016 by Mr. Lorenzen, in the sense that meaning the period of time is 5 years.
Correct.
Mr. Lorenzen?
I was just going to state that that actually doesn't commence until the board makes a decision.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
and
got
then we
it.
write the letter to
Right.
the building and say.
Right, I got it. But I understand. But your determination of a period of time was 5 years.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, fair enough. Okay, so the next issue I want to get to, recognizing the evidence that we have on both sides, whether construction has commenced or not. Do we have to make a specific determination of whether or not the property has been, whether or not the determination would strip or deprive SEP of the economically beneficial use of its property.
No, you don't.
I didn't think so either, but I do want to say for the record that even with a 5-year, even if the permits are revoked and there's a 5-year period of time, the revocation of the permit will start a new cycle of applications for the development of the property anyway. We know how much time has taken for a project of this size and complexity. So I think that issue alone indicates that it doesn't deprive SEP of the economic beneficial use of the property.
Agreed.
If it were 10 or 15 years, which I don't even think 15 years is an option, if it were 10 years, that might be a stronger argument, but not at 5 years.
Or if it was somehow permanent.
Yeah. Then the next issue is we have to make a finding of intentional conduct. I can't get away from, and I'm going, to me, from where I sat, and I know Mr. Mitchell is aware of this, there are emails in the record from myself to Mr. Lorenzen, from Mr. Krakow to me, requesting the inspection of the property to determine whether or not the permits had been followed. And I'm just going to tell my colleagues right now, it is no surprise to me. I was not surprised in the least to find out that the number one, that the permit had been violated and they took down trees that were not permitted. No surprise. And number two, that they took down a tree that was significant, or at least arguably significant, on the property. I would have bet money on it if that were an option. And that's before the inspection even took place. And that's because of the pattern of conduct that we have seen related to this project. And it started, and the first sour taste I had in my mouth was when I learned that they came to our predecessors with an environmental document for 25 trees and came for a permit for 56. And then just everything else that was in the record that I'd been made aware of before the inspection were requested and ordered. And so I also think that it flies in the face of anything reasonable to think that that tree, that prominent, in that key location was, oh darn it, an accident, and we didn't find out until they told us. I just don't buy it. And it was predictable, unfortunately. So I think that determination is that also a determination that we have to make?
What you can do is simply adopt all of the findings of your staff.
Right.
But I would certainly recommend that you make a credibility determination that you don't buy it.
Well, I just did. I mean, in addition to what Mr. Lorenzen said, Mr. Lorenzen's issue, I think, was something different in the letter on the credibility. Mr. Lorenzen's determination was that the developer had come in and they put all these systems in place to guarantee that these trees are not going to be removed. We've got notices and colors and circles on trees, and we're not going to make these mistakes. As a matter of fact, there's record at the Lorenzen hearing, I'll call the Bureau hearing, saying that that we went to great lengths, our guys did, to make sure we didn't take out the wrong tree. And so it must have been an accident. And Mr. Lorenzen, as I read it, took the opposite, which I think is completely reasonable, that because you had such methods in place to ensure you were doing the right thing, indicates that it clearly wasn't an accident. I would agree with that, in addition to the lack of credibility on this claim of accident that I find as well. Yes?
I have my expert here. The fact that they're claiming now that they brought on soil testing equipment and that they didn't need to go through that tree to put that stuff on, and therefore they didn't have to take out this tree to get their 11, 12-foot wide link track onto the site are two totally different things. There is no evidence in the record suggesting that they are able to get other equipment on the site or anything of this size without going through that tree. And if you want my expert to talk about that, you can. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay. The other thing that, again, you didn't go exactly where I thought I wanted you to go, Mr. Krakow, on this issue of what the CEQA, I think of it now because of the way that we have to now, frankly, every tree removal in this city, we now have to go out and do a double check of a CEQA document that has slowed the tree removal process across the city, because we can no longer rely on the representations that have been made to this board. That to me is a violation of what should have been submitted to the city. Whether it is technically or not, it's one thing. I think you probably think it's not. I think it should be, even though it may not be. But it also, when I do consider in making this decision, the number of trees in comparison, which I do think we have to make a determination regarding the scope of the property and the trees removed. They say, well, it was just 3 trees out of 55. Well, and it was just 3 trees out of 25. That makes it 12%. And then if you want to, there are any number of ways. We discuss all kinds of issues around tree replacement. The photograph of the size of that tree and the base of that trunk gives you a sense of the canopy and the percentage of canopy that was removed here. And when I look at the percentage of canopy that was removed here compared to the others that were removed, I agree that Street Services is still within its legal authority to make the determination that it did. And finally, this discussion happened earlier around equal protection. Commissioner Davis had a very valid question around equal protection, the argument that was made by Mr. Mitchell. As predictable as it was that we were going to find out that they violated their permit, and they did so in a significant way, or at least with a tree that is demonstrably significant to the project, it is equally as predictable that if we do not implement this penalty, that the rest of the community that would like to, and it's a small portion, very small, fortunately for us, but they exist, that would like to skirt the permitting processes in the city of Los Angeles in a way that harms the public good and the environment, they will be able to say, wow, on that project, all they had to do was pay some mitigation money to city plants or plant a few more trees, and that's because they got caught. I'm willing to take the risk on my project that I'm not even going to get caught, because I don't have all these neighbors on my project that are going to be that involved. They're never going to know. And so I think for that reason, significantly, and perhaps even alone, we can't just walk away with a mitigation of some money for city plants and some additional trees on this property, because at this point, it's no longer this property that we're trying to mitigate the damages from. It's everything that we deal with across the city with our urban canopy and all of the challenges that we have when we are trying to preserve first, grow second, an urban canopy in the second largest city in America. So that's a motion that we affirm the position of the Bureau on this agenda item number 1, and certainly because of the the nature of this item and people wanting to speak on it of my colleagues, I obviously am going to entertain any more questions or comments that you have before we need to act on the motion. But that's my motion.
Well, I will.
Seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
I don't know if, in terms of the intent, if they intended to do it or if it was a mistake. But it really draws the question about the Good Samaritan that was often talked about, walking down the street, and as he was trying to contemplate whether or not he should help a man in trouble, the question came about, what will happen to me if I help? Something might happen to me if I help this man. And the real question, as was brought about by Dr. King, was not what's going to happen to me. The question is what's going to happen to them. And the appellant raised the question about the 14th Amendment and having the equal protection for all of the contractors. And I still ask the question, what's going to happen to the neighbors? What's going to happen to the neighborhood? What's going to happen to the people who live in the community who have over years been able to look and to understand and enjoy the tree that can't be replaced? Certainly the trees that are allegedly going to be replaced are not going to give the kind of canopy that the neighborhood has been used to over these years. What's going to happen to them? So when we think about the 14th Amendment and this equal protection, I still say what's going to happen to the neighbors in terms of the trees that they hold dear. And then the contract that we have signed and the agreements we've had in working with the prime contractor to not remove certain trees that were removed, and I'm not saying, like my colleagues, that they were removed intentionally. I'm going to say it was negligently. And then it still goes back to the question of what's going to happen to the community. And so even though, in fact, it may have possibly not been intended, still people have been harmed, and I don't know what else we can do for them other than to support some action to try to say that we can try to make this right, and we still, even in this action, don't even make it right. So unfortunately, prime contractors in this case, as in other cases, have to assume the responsibility for the actions of the subcontractors that they hire. And that is the case today. A mistake happened, which they will, we're human beings, but I will have to support the president's motion, not because I believe it happened intentionally, but because I believe that it is fair and just for the equal protection of the residents and the others who live in the community who have unexpectedly had to lose a tree for which we had no idea or agreement that it should be gone. So, Mr. President, that's where I stand on the issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Repenning.
Colleagues, as you know, I've been on this board a voice for protecting our urban forest, for planting new trees, for strengthening and upholding our tree replacement policy. In spite of that, I really had to look at this. I actually have seen this coming since it first started getting press a few months ago, I guess the time around your hearing. And I do recognize the significance of the action that is being recommended by staff. I do not take this lightly. I had discussions with many different people. I had discussions with our staff, with our legal counsel, with the council office. I had discussions with representatives of the developer and with representatives of the community. I keep coming back to the first conversation I had about this issue, which was with Ron Lorenzen. Ron Lorenzen is someone that I have the utmost respect for. He is someone who has been doing this for so many years for the city. I know he cares deeply about our urban forest. And he's a true professional. And I know he didn't take his recommendation lightly in this either. And so I said to him, Ron, what's going on here? And he told me about the sycamore, and he said, Heather, there's no way that they could have taken that out accidentally. And so that's what I feel, because I take your advice very, very seriously. And seeing what we've seen, it's also what I feel. So that leads to the issue of, for me, what is the right response to this? It gives me no joy to say that I support our staff's recommendation today. I don't like to leave mitigation options on the table. I'm a practical person. I would love to see trees get put back in the ground. However, I don't think that that's the right course of action for us here today. I think that today we need to send a signal about what it means to work with us, about what it means to have respect for our process. I'm a mom, and I spend a lot of time with my daughter helping her understand that we all have to follow the rules. And I don't believe that rules have been followed in the development of this project. I don't believe that our city's rules, our protocols have been followed. And for those reasons, I am going to vote today in support of President James's motion to uphold the recommendation of our staff.
Thank you. And I'm going to add one thing as a message. I know some people are listening, and what message does this send to the development community? Is there always going to be this risk of the city revoking your permits? And this, the answer is very simple. Just follow the permits. They're the permits that you seek. And I don't want to make another closing argument here, but on this is not a situation where we have similarly situated entities that have been treated differently. There is a pattern and a practice that built to this point on this project, and it so easily could have been avoided, and it wasn't. And I just don't believe that it wasn't by accident. Any further? I don't see any other lights on. We'll take a vote on my motion, seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any objection? Without objection, that'll be the order. Any issue sending agenda item number 1 for special forthwith? We'll send number 1 forthwith. Thank you, everyone, for your participation, for your time, and your patience in sticking out, which just about tied our longest hearing in the 3 years that we've been on the board. Thank you, everyone.